Good evening. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the City Council, the City of Lakewood, Colorado, April 23rd at 7 p.m. in Council Chambers. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Paul?
Here.
Johnson?
Here.
Vincent?
Here.
Vita? Here. Franks?
Here.
Roybal?
Here.
Gutwein? Here. Skilling?
Here.
Harrison? Here. Abel?
Here.
LeBure?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great. I'd like to welcome everybody in attendance this evening. I would remind you it's like church. We're here every Monday night, so you're always welcome to join us. However, this is the fourth Monday, meaning that we will be off next Monday, which will be fantastic, I think, for everybody. So if you do have a cell phone, please put it on silent, and I'd like to ask that you rise, join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and remain standing for a moment, silent prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Will the clerk please read item 4 into the record?
Item 4, proclamation, Jefferson Center's 60th anniversary.
All right, so I would like to invite down David Goff, VP of Administration and CFO with the Jefferson Center. Hey, welcome back to Chambers. How are you? Good. And Councilor LeBure is going to read our first proclamation.
Whereas Jefferson Center is celebrating 60 years of service to the communities of Jefferson, Clear Creek, and Gilpin counties, and whereas Jefferson Center's mission is to inspire hope, improve lives, and strengthen communities by providing mental health, substance use, and related solutions for individuals and families, and whereas Jefferson Center is a nonprofit, community-focused mental health care and substance use service provider. They offer hope and support to individuals and families who are struggling with mental health issues and substance use disorders. And whereas Jefferson Center staff are experts in treating people with serious mental illness and substance use disorders and offer specialized programs for veterans, children, and families, victims of trauma, and seniors. And whereas Jefferson Center is a cornerstone in our community and collaborates closely with other nonprofits, community agencies, health care providers, the City of Lakewood, and law enforcement to improve the lives of our citizens. And whereas Jefferson Center is an essential first responder in our community, providing critical support in the event of traumatic community disasters, and is an essential resource for healing individuals and community trauma. Now, therefore, on behalf of the City Council and people of City of Lakewood, Colorado, I, Adam, am I supposed to read this part? Sure. I, Adam Paul, Mayor of the City of Lakewood, Colorado. Yes, thank you. By virtue of the authority vested in me, hereby recognize Jefferson Center for the significant impact the organization has made and continues to make in Lakewood by celebrating Jefferson Center's 60th anniversary.
It's a great honor to have you here. Our partnership is incredibly important, but your service to the community, and I can think of one thing just recently, you had taken over in combination with all the cities in the county, the services of the Arapahoe House in dealing with substance abuse and withdrawal management, which is critically important to a community. So thank you for being here. Thank you for all your service.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm David Goff. On behalf of the board, staff, and clients at Jefferson Center, thank you for issuing this proclamation and recognizing Jefferson Center for its 60 years of serving the community as a nonprofit, community-focused mental health care and addictions treatment provider. Last year alone, we touched the lives of more than 32,000 individuals. Mental health issues affect us all. 1 in 5 people during their lifetime, right in their own communities, will experience a mental health or substance use problem. Jefferson Center has staff of more than 700. We are in 20 clinical offices, primary care practices, preschools, nursing homes, and other community locations. And we're also in over 50 elementary, middle, and high schools. Jefferson Center is also part of the Colorado Crisis Services System, offering a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week walk-in crisis center and mobile crisis teams. We are here for that mother who is desperately searching for help for her child who's talking about suicide. We're here for the person struggling with heroin addiction and is finally ready to reach out for treatment. We respond when a community HC experiences a tragedy in the workplace and needs support for getting through the crisis. A very important part of our mission is to make sure our community is able to recognize and understand when someone is in crisis and knows where to turn for help. That's what our mental health first aid community trainings are all about. We have one every month and they are free. We would love for you to take the training and join the network, growing network of mental health first aid providers in Jefferson County. There's information in your folders. In this challenging healthcare environment, we rely on the support of the community, on your support. We truly value the support of the City of Lakewood. Thank you again for recognizing this important milestone for Jefferson Center. We couldn't do all this important work without you.
I think you're staying for round two. Kind of got a 2-for-1 here. I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem Roybal to please read Proclamation Mental Health Month.
May of 2018 Mental Health Month. Whereas a good mental health is essential to overall health and emotional well-being of all children, youth, adults, and family, and promotes a healthy community. And whereas one in 5 in our community experience mental health conditions each year, and whereas 8.1 of individuals in our community experience substance use disorder each year, and whereas increased focus on prevention of mental health conditions and substance use disorder among children and adolescents through screening and early intervention helps improve lives, and whereas a stigma against mental health conditions and substance use disorder prevents many people from accessing care, and whereas mental health problems and substance use disorders are detected early and treated, people can recover and maintain a healthy and independent life. And whereas the City of Lakewood is dedicated to improve the health and wellness being of its citizens by ending stigma and focus and integrating roles of mental health of all our lives. Now, therefore, on behalf of City Council and the people of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, I, Adam Paul, Mayor of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, by virtue and of the authority vested in me, I hereby proclaim May 2018 Mental Health Month.
Thank you. Congratulations again. No, we appreciate it, and I think you summed it all up nicely, so thank you for being here with us tonight. All right.
Item 6, presentation, Golden VFW Post 4171, Public Servant of the Year Award, Retired Sergeant John Romanis.
Good evening. Welcome.
Mayor Paul, distinguished council members, and citizens of Lakewood. I am retired Air Force Master Sergeant Dave Cook, adjutant and chair of the Public Servant Award Committee at the Golden VFW Post 4171. I'm joined here tonight by our chaplain, Otto Smolik, former Army Sergeant in Vietnam era. We are here to present the VFW Post-Level Public Servant Award to retired Police Sergeant John Romanis. Sergeant Romanis is being awarded tonight for his unyielding adherence to the highest ideals of law enforcement and maintaining and persevering and protecting the lawful rights of all citizens. On behalf of the Commander, Golden Post 4171, and the membership and our auxiliary, we'd like to present you with this award and thank you for your dedicated service these many years to the community. Thank you, sir. See if we can get congratulations, John.
Well, I think on behalf of council, we'd like to echo that. 40 years. That's incredible. So thank you, sir, for all that you've done to help make Lakewood a great community. Clerk, please read item 7.
Item 7, Resolution 2018-21, reappointing a member to the Lakewood Judicial Review Commission.
All right, I'll turn this over to Chairman Abel. That's all right.
I'm sorry, 2018-21, reappointing Evan Lipstein to the, of the First Judicial Bar Association, to the Lakewood Judicial Review Commission.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is Evan here? Are you here? No, okay. Well, I'll ask you to cast your votes in a second, but I think we're having electrical difficulties up here as well, or I'm not. All right, there we go. Motion and second. Nobody wishes to speak. Please cast your votes. All right, that passes 11 aye, 0 nay. Congratulations. We appreciate your service. All right, next up on the agenda, we have public comment. This is the point in the meeting where the public is invited to address the city council on items that did not appear on the agenda. All comments should be directed to the city council. I ask that all in attendance observe the decorum of city council chambers and refrain from applause or audible support or discord with the speaker. There is a three-minute limit per speaker. The indicator lights on this lectern will be green. When 2.5 minutes hits, it'll go yellow. When your time is up, it'll go red, and we'll politely try to wrap you up. Keep in mind, we'll have separate opportunities for the rest of the agenda, the consent, as well as the different ordinances scheduled for tonight's hearing. So I will wait for the roster to come down. Thank you. Okay. All right, looks like, and bear with me, Julie Hayer, you are up first. Howard, come on down. Welcome.
So my name is Julie Hauer, and that's spelled H-A-U-E-R, and I've lived at 168 South Vance Court for about 8 years. I bring to you my concerns about the proposed sidewalk project on the west side of Teller between Bayard Place and Alameda. One is communication. In our HOA records, there are notes of informal and formal conversations about a possible sidewalk on the west side of Teller. At each of these, the sidewalk was presented as a conceptual plan. When specifics were requested, the usual response was, I don't know. So we had right-of-way stakes placed, and that really heightened our concerns because they came within a foot of our new 2014 reconstructed wall and reconfigured irrigation system. We got an email late April 19th, Friday, that had an attachment with the artist's drawing and of the proposed sidewalk with an overlay of engineering drawing. And there was a disclaimer that that was all subject to change. My second concern is fiscal responsibility. I can find no feasibility studies on placing the sidewalk on the east versus the west side of Teller or of improving current conditions on the east sidewalk to meet ADA standards. Safety is a concern. In the proposed plan, there is no indication of flashing pedestrian crossing signs at the Belgrove Apartments or Stein Elementary. There is no indication of a bike lane between First and Alameda. The Teller will be more narrow, and there will be parking on both sides. This becomes an accident waiting to happen due to poor sight lines, frequent passage of RTD buses and school buses, and parking pick up and drop off at the school. The impact on the Villas community is great. Average age of our residents is 76. Few of us walk to Belmar. Although the latest plan did address our concerns about the encroachment on our wall and irrigation system, these really didn't address our concerns about snow removal and liability of kids falling off the retaining wall, getting head injuries. We are on fixed incomes and can't afford increased costs. I ask that the city not start this project and use the funds to provide sidewalks in Lakewood where there is no connectivity. If the Lakewood Redevelopment Authority insists that this project be done, then I request that the city do a feasibility study of putting the sidewalk on the east side versus the west and improving the east sidewalk. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Mr. Shepherd. I'll call.
Mayor, council members, I'm Ralph Shepard, and I live at 113 South Vance Court. And I'm here to talk to you about the proposed sidewalk on Teller Street as well. As city council members, you have undoubtedly experienced that no matter what the project, when a change is proposed, you'll sometimes have a small group of people opposed, and sometimes you'll have a large group of people opposed. The Villas community has about 145 homes, and the overwhelming majority of those people, about 75%, are opposed to this project. A lot of people are opposed to this. I want to speak to one of the reasons that we're opposed, and that to me is poor planning, both economically and losing sight of the goal, which, as we've been told, is connectivity of the neighborhood. I understand wanting to improve accessibility via sidewalks from Alameda South to Stein School and O'Kane Park and the surrounding neighborhoods, because the existing sidewalks are so incredibly narrow and hazardous, but building a grand sidewalk for roughly just 2 blocks on the west side of Teller will do very little, if anything, to accomplish that, and will probably cost more than simply upgrading the sidewalks on the east side of Teller. There are power line poles, large storm drains, retaining walls, and irrigation to contend with on the west side, along with grade changes. The east side doesn't have all of those problems, and not to mention that on the west side, the Villas and the Goodyear store have very nice landscaping, which really enhances the neighborhood, which will be destroyed or taken out and possibly not replaced due to maintenance cost. If the proposed plans, you will kind of end up with a multi-million-dollar sidewalk to nowhere, rather like the footbridge over South Wadsworth at Bowles, and you will have spent a lot of tax dollars for very little return. You will not have good connectivity, and you will still have to contend with the narrow and hazardous 2-foot wide sidewalks on both sides of Teller Street. Nothing will have changed there. If these tax dollars were spent on widening the sidewalks on the east side, you will have great connection to and from Belmar and to the school and from the neighborhoods. The proposed plan will cost so much money and accomplish so little that it's hard to comprehend exactly how it was ever approved. I also want to inform council that a lot of money had already been spent on this proposal without getting any input from the villa's residents or HOA in advance. We were never informed of this plan from the very beginning, and never any public hearings or meetings, and probably neither was Goodyear, or they wouldn't have spent the money they did on landscaping their property as they did. I doubt if any of the other property owners in the area were notified either. Neither was there any consideration given to the additional expense that will be incurred by the 145 homeowners in the villas if the sidewalk is built. And lastly, I urge all of you to go look, and it's never too late to do the right thing here. Contrary to what we've been told, that it can't be changed, it can be if you choose to. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted Hyde. Ted, did you want to speak on the public comment, or were you here for another issue? Okay, I'll switch you over. Scott Kurzgaard, resolutions, public comment. Public comment it is.
Hello, I am just here to say thank you for the bicycle master plan. It probably doesn't go far enough. There's probably still a lot of work to do. But when I moved here 15 years ago, we didn't have the path that goes all the way to Denver along light rail. We didn't have the overpasses on Wadsworth and Kipling and the underpass, and I'm thrilled with those things. My part of the city has become much more livable, much more bikeable. We have a long way to go, so let's keep at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jolene Cogill. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Paul and members of the City Council. I am Jolene Kogel, that is C-O-G-I-L, and I am a 30-year-plus resident of the Villa Townhomes, residing at 61 South Upham Court. When the Alameda Corridor Plan was initially formed in 2014, demographics were very different. Belmar was a commercial core. Stein Elementary had twice as many students. Circumstances have changed. Various Lakewood municipal commissions decided that walkability and connectivity to retail would increase casual impulse spending and grow revenues. Thus the call to create sidewalks to this revenue. I don't know how that's working out for them because the existing sidewalks are quite vacant and underutilized. The Alameda Corridor cannot be improved by narrowing city streets. There are big, expensive impediments on the west side of Teller. You've been told about that. Storm drains, utility poles, a fire hydrant, our own irrigation system. There are areas of parking on both sides of the street, school bus and RTD traffic also. If this area of Teller is narrowed by 5 to 13 feet, as is possible, then Teller Street from Alameda to Bayard Place will be as much a nightmare as Teller Street in Belmar is. And yes, this sidewalk project is approximately 2 blocks long and narrows back to the existing sidewalk from Bayard Place to First Street. Has any cost analysis been done on this project? It will cost the Villa homeowners plenty in redoing the irrigation system and the forever ongoing maintenance and liability costs. What will this 2-block sidewalk cost the taxpayers of Lakewood? What would the cost be to demolish the sidewalk on the east side of Teller and install a 5-foot sidewalk only taking 5 feet out of Teller Street? When asked about the funding if this sidewalk is not built, a representative for the city complained that if the money wasn't spent, it would have to go back to the general council, or excuse me, back to the general fund. Is that so bad? I thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Horvath. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, honorable members of the council and honorable member Paul, Mayor Paul. I'm Frank Horvath, Horvath. I've been a resident of Jefferson County for 37 years, and proud to say a taxpayer as well. I'm also an attorney at law, and I teach business law at Metropolitan State University. The reason I'm here is because I'm part of the Village Homeowners Association, as well as, excuse me, a resident of Lakewood. My address is 7315 West Maple Drive, and I concur with the previous speakers, Ms. Hauer and Mr. Shepard and Ms. Cogill. But I address a different issue altogether. I'm on the sidewalk committee as they are, and I've attended several meetings with the Lakewood Economic Development staff. My impression of them is that they're good soldiers in their commitment to persuade us that this sidewalk is necessary, when in fact the east side would be much more reasonable than the west side. We were told that it would enhance the aesthetics of our side of the street. I invite you to drive by our side of the street, please. Connectivity and walkability. Buzzwords. From Bayard to Alameda. They're wrong. The proposed sidewalk plan fails to recognize a number of consequences and peril, especially to the young children that are endangered by this whole project by having to cross the street, whereas if the sidewalk were developed properly on the east side, they wouldn't have to cross. Now, if you can imagine this, little kids getting out of mom's car early in the morning. I live there. It's about, 10 minutes to 6 in the morning, 10 minutes to 7. Door opens up, kid runs across the street. That's going to happen. It's inevitable. So, I'm putting you on notice, all of you, that in the event that there's a fatality or injuries, that you're all partially responsible for this. And if we're sued, you're going to be sued. This letter that I wrote you pretty much tells you what we're saying tonight. The testimony of the other people here are telling you the same thing. This project to build that side of the street is folly. My fellow committee members have talked about the frontage of our property, the landscaping that's been put into there. We pay $200 a month in homeowners association fees. A lot of that goes towards our cost of maintaining the frontage, the wall, the snow removal. We're not looking for more liability. We don't need it. We can't really afford it. Time for me to wrap. My additional concern is that there's been no eminent domain proceeding with regard to if it's taken from us. The United States Constitution and the Colorado Constitution and some statutes within the Colorado law make it mandatory for any government agency, even a city agency, to condemn property of the homeowners, a fair amount. I'm going to have to cut it off there without regard to the permanent effects that this project might take. I respectfully ask you to reconsider this, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have your email as well as most of the folks on here.
Yes.
Mr. Brogan? Good evening.
My name is John Brogan, B-R-O-G-A-N. I was raised in Lakewood. This is my home. I am one of the few in the villas that is in favor of the sidewalk. As you're probably aware, there is no sidewalk on the west side, and there are members of the community who do go out and walk and would like to walk to Belmore and or down to O'Kane. And at this point in time, we have to cross over to the east side. No crosswalk. It's very dangerous. Safety is an absolute concern, and that sidewalk would mitigate that considerably. I take my grandkids to Belmar and to the park. My wife also walks there, and other members of the community do also. I do have a few issues, and I think based on the work that Robert Smith and Vince Castile have done, they seem willing to work with us in terms of mitigation. The wall that was mentioned before was a very expensive undertaking, and they used existing piers, and if the entire right-of-way is removed for the sidewalk, it would structurally damage that wall. I understand there's a new plan out where the amount of right-of-way taking up to that wall is being reduced, and I look forward to seeing that updated plan. Another thing that I would like to mention is that the current sidewalk, or the current road there, has got a yellow stripe on it, and there's no parking. I would think even with that sidewalk there, no parking zone would be a smart thing, again, because of the school and the safety. There are some two storm drains that need to be addressed, and so far none of the plans have progressed far enough along to understand how that's going to work. There's several power poles. One of them has a transformer. Those would have to be rearranged. I don't know if Xcel Energy has been involved with this. Another issue, we've asked about the liability and some help with the maintenance, with snow removal and this type of thing. And the people we've talked to have indicated that this is not their area of expertise, which I understand. At some point in time, it would be the city attorney or some other person who could address the issues of how our liability would be set. Road and Bridge possibly would be able to address snow removal and maintenance of the sidewalk. I think the plan is a good idea, and I would sure like to see it come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hawkins. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Pamela Hawkins, Hawkins, and I live at 83 South Vance Court. And I'm concerned about the Teller Street sidewalk because, number one, the Lakewood website says the definition of a reinvestment project must include two items. Number one is a blight study, but when I looked at the blight study, Teller Street does not occur on the blight study. Also, a public hearing for redevelopment for the proposed area needs to be done. And if it was done, it wasn't done with an invitation to the 145 homes in the villas. Number two, a 2014 vote of the LRA was done to approve the West Alameda Corridor. But this map does not show Teller Street. The newest iteration of the ever-changing plan comes again with the caveat for discussion only and subject to change. The response I received from you, Mr. Mayor, on February 14th from a letter I sent was answered by Nanette Nealon, the executive director of the LRA and a homeowner in the villas. The staff with whom we were encouraged to work with is Economic Development, Planning, and Public Works. Ms. Nealon has never attended. Ken Nyhoff, who first introduced himself as the sidewalk engineer at an August meeting and again at our January board meeting, was out of town for the February meeting, an hour late to the sidewalk committee meeting, never came with Robert Smith and Vince Castile for the walk around with the sidewalk committee, and he's the engineer for this sidewalk? We are told this is an LRA project, but since the LRA is also the city council, we wrote letters to you asking you to stop the project. Here's what we got. Our Ward 2 members came to do a walk around with us and actually seemed to be a little bit oblivious to our neighborhood and to this project. And during a walk around, the council member Vincent said to us while looking at our rock retaining wall, "I thought you were getting $20,000. So who at the LRA is in charge and pushing this sidewalk, and why here? We realize there are new members of the council who have said nothing can be done about projects initiated or approved prior to their arrival. Really? Is this what elected officials do? There are 197 voting residents in the villas, and over 85% of us disapprove of this sidewalk. The City of Lakewood's 2018 budget, page 461, states that sidewalks are prioritized according to criteria approved by the City Council. What makes this expensive sidewalk so important? What's the rating for its importance? We would like you to visit your ward meetings and ask your constituents if sidewalks are being built in your neighborhoods, and if not, why not? How did this sidewalk become number one? Our HOA services, current services, pays for what we currently have. Yet we are to assume the snow maintenance and the liability of your sidewalk. You are committed to allowing parking on both sides of the street and narrowing the street with no consideration for the safety of our residents or Stein students. So who is pushing this sidewalk and why? Thank you.
Mr. Quinn. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Paul and City Council. Tom Quinn, Executive Director for the Alameda Corridor Business Improvement District. You'll notice I've brought a prop with me tonight. I'm here to give you a brief update on an item that's been in our Alameda Corridor Business Improvement District operating plan for the last 2 years. And that is working towards the launch of a bike share program on the Alameda Corridor and the downtown Lakewood area. And the purposes of that, again, being to improve transportation connectivity, increase the number of transportation choices for people who live in the area, and hopefully mitigate traffic congestion as well. Over the past 2 years, we've seen a revolution in the bike share arena with the emergence of dockless bike share technology, which has eliminated the need for upfront capital investment by cities in the docking technology, which you may have seen if you've visited Denver and you've seen their B-Cycle program. You've noticed they have a really significant actual bike docks there. With dockless bike share, you eliminate that upfront capital expense. And so the emergence of this technology has really completely changed the field. As the name implies, with dockless technology, the technology moves from the dock to the bike itself, making it more convenient, affordable, and flexible for the user. And over the past year or 2 years, actually, I've been working with City of Lakewood staff and with the dockless bike share providers towards the eventual launch of a pilot dock share program for the Alameda Corridor. And we're still working towards that at this point. We're not ready to launch a pilot, but we will be in the next few months, and I wanted to make all of you aware of that. I've brought with me tonight Mr. Owen Stone of Lime Bike, and he's brought a bike with him just so you can see what these look like. He's going to very briefly tell you a little bit more about the technology on these bikes. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Owen Stone. I'm the operations manager in Aurora for our Lime Bike station down there. These bikes are all GPS located. We know where every single bike is that we own. Unfortunately, there's quite a few in my shop right now that aren't out on the streets. It is a web-based application that you can look up and locate these bikes via GPS on your app. Using the QR scanner on your phone, you can easily unlock these bikes wherever they are. And they've been pretty good to us in Aurora, so we'd love to partner with Lakewood and move this forward, and I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We always like props.
Thank you, council. And I can assure you you'll be hearing more about this in the future. Have a pleasant evening.
All right, you too. Thanks. Is it Mr. Vallis? Good evening. Welcome.
My name is Craig Vallis, and I am for the sidewalk. I think it's an outstanding idea. I've lived across the street from where the sidewalk's supposed to go in for over a decade now. I've also gone down my entire street on Teller, and I can't find a single homeowner that doesn't think it's a brilliant idea, and it's sorely needed. When we talk about, first of all, none of you are culpable for anything that happens with kids in accidents, because if they're so concerned about kids in accident, they would know that kids have been walking on that wall off Camber for the last decade daily. And they're, I mean, always off Camber on the side of the street. There's no sidewalk. Kids are coming and going to school, and one of the illustrative points is they even have keep off the grass signs that were just recently taken down. Now, why would you have keep off the grass signs unless people are walking on the grass? Well, this is something that's happening daily. Like, my window across the street from my house looks at that slope, and they wouldn't know that because they put a wall out because they're not being part of the community. They're on the other side of the community. So it's very not inclusive by putting that wall up to begin with. So I just want to thank you guys for having the foresight to see the future of Lakewood. Obviously, 2 sidewalks are better than 1 sidewalk. Makes complete sense. And then we have handicapped people that live in the area. We have a blind person that lives down the street. And having a wider sidewalk makes a lot of sense. And having 2 sidewalks makes even more sense because there's nothing wrong technically with the one that was built on my side of the street, however many years ago when it was actually put in place. So by adding that second one, I mean, it doubles the capacity, the volume that can go in and out of that corridor, go down to O'Kane Park. They said, I believe I was told that 75% of the people don't even leave that community. Well, then they wouldn't know about the 100% of us that live on the other side of that wall, that run and that we bike, and we use those sidewalks daily. It makes complete sense. It's the future of Lakewood. If you want Belmar to be successful, we want those communities that are adjacent to it to also redevelop. We want those things to actually, like people like me that have come in and bought the properties and taken chances to live in that neighborhood, to bring it up, and I really applaud the foresight to put in a wider sidewalk. It makes a lot of sense. So there's zero chance that, there's nothing about kids' safety or anything else that's at risk. That's absolute nonsense. If you guys are looking for kids' safety, put in a second sidewalk, because there's tons of kids that live in all the apartments on each side, and they walk on that hillside daily. I could timestamp you a daily photo of kids that walk in on that hillside. So, it's something that's sorely needed. I know that the community wants to be dipped in amber like dinosaurs over there, but, the future is Belmar, and we want, redevelopment, and we want, youth and vibrance, and our community needs that. So, I don't know why people are so, against a sidewalk. It's on the other side of a wall. It's a wall. It's on the, it's not in their community, it's outside of it. It's on the part of the community that they don't want to be a part of. So what's the big deal about a sidewalk? And by the way, I shovel my sidewalk as my civic duty. So that's how sidewalks get shoveled. If there's so many people that live inside there, it would be nice if they maybe did a civic duty and shoveled a sidewalk. I just came from an Ironman and saw an 83-year-old guy complete it. So, it's good for exercise, it's good for health. What's so bad about a sidewalk? I just don't get it. And so we're all for it on the entire side of Teller Street. Just people have a lot other things to do with their time. So I've been asked to come in and speak on their behalf. If it comes down to it, I'll get more people. Thank you.
You. Ms. Springsteen? Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Anita Springsteen. Parents discovered last week that St. Jude Catholic Church has leased land to Verizon, which intends to erect a cell phone tower just feet from the playground and preschool at Kendrick Lakes Elementary in Lakewood, which, by the way, has been nominated a National Blue Ribbon School. The City of Lakewood approved this application. While we understand that federal law may preempt local regulation in certain respects, we're asking if there's anything at all that you can do at the local level to help. We received no notification and do not know if this tower was properly approved at the federal, state, and local level. Can you help us determine that? Although corporate interests in the cell phone industry lobby in the U.S. have produced a profitable narrative that proximity to cell phone towers is safe, scientific research suggests otherwise. Many renowned scientists, biophysicists, physicians, Nobel Prize nominees across the globe have determined that there may be ill effects on the health of adults from cell phone towers, including suppressed immune function, impaired nervous system, Alzheimer's, sleep disorders, ill effects on concentration, possible carcinogenic effects. These studies have not focused on children whose bodies and brains are still developing and are more vulnerable than adults. This concern is so significant that countries like Germany and India have banned cell tower sightings near schools and places where children spend a lot of time. If there's even a chance these towers can cause long-term health problems in children, why not err on the side of caution? Are you willing to take that chance with your own children and grandchildren? It's sad to me that a local church is willing to take that chance with my children to turn a profit as a nonprofit organization. As leaders in the community, you all can help to influence these decisions. Thank you to Councilors Beta, Roybal, Gutwein, Johnson, Abel, and Mayor Paul for speaking to us and offering information and help. However, we need more support. We beg you to weigh in on this important issue and protect our children. Why is commerce always more important than community or public health? And I do have flyers if anybody wants contact info and wishes to help. And I thank you for your time and ask for your help.
Mr. Burney? Good evening.
I have comments regarding the bike trail or the bike path.
Okay. So you want to...
Is now appropriate or is it later?
Later?
Yep, that's fine.
Is that cool?
That works for me.
Thank you. Ms. Wilkins? Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm returning here again, Council, and thank you for listening. I've been coming for the past couple of years. It's just usually once a year, with concerns about the Bear Creek Bike Path. I'm going to amend that to the Bear Creek Multi-Use Path. Everyone calls it a bike path, but it's not. It's a multi-use path. My name is Virginia Wilkins, and I live at 2652 South Johnson Circle. I've lived there for 26 years. I've lived in Lakewood for close to 50. And I'm about 100 yards from this multi-use path. I have biked there myself. Mostly I walk. I have skated there also, so I use it as a multi-use path. I have friends who I would love to walk there with, but they won't because they're scared. And they're scared of the bikers. I called them before Lycras, and everybody seemed to know what I was talking about. The ones that come pell-mell from behind and scare the living daylights out of you, passing without the slightest announcement. I've endured this for years, and now I'm going to be the mosquito in your camp site that is going to bug you. I will be back because I don't think this is appropriate. I know that the bikers, I've been told by council members, that the bikers are the Goliath and I am the David. Okay, I'm happy to be the David. I can be pretty annoying. I finally got the city to do something about the noxious weeds along that same multi-use path. It took me quite a few years, but it's done. So I'm asking once again, I know there have been improvements along that multi-use path. I appreciate the fact that there are trash cans now so that people are actually picking up their dog waste and depositing it. I have witnessed that. I also appreciated the slow speed zones that are put along, what street is that? Well, anyway, it's along the multi-use path. I appreciate that. But I'm warning that there is an accident waiting to happen there, and I guess I'm going to have to say this. Go home tonight and pray that that accident doesn't happen to me. Because I will be back. I thank you for your time, and I hope you have an interest.
Thank you. That's all that signed up under public comment. Anybody else wish to speak? Okay, I will. I'm sorry, come on down. Yes, ma'am. Could you give us your name and address too for the record, please?
Hi, I'm Andrea Gelfiso Getz. I live at 2402 South Holland Street. I lived in Lakewood for about 25 years. Boy, that went fast. One of my favorite places in Lakewood is Stonehouse Park. Have you guys been there? Pretty cool. All right, have you seen the baby owls? So everybody goes to Stonehouse Park because there are baby owls and they are now fledging. And every time I go there, people talk about the owls and they point it out to other neighbors, and neighbors become friends under the owl tree. They also talk about the beavers a little further down the path. And they also talk about the prairie dogs that are on both sides of the bike path, or they were until today. So, and I think we can be grateful. I don't have a prop on this, but today, the day after Earth Day, the prairie dogs on both sides of the bike path were gassed with carbon monoxide. And when I went up to the contractor and asked him what he was doing, he said it was wildlife control. And then he said, "You're on private land. You don't have any right to be here." And I said, "Excuse me, this is a Lakewood park. I'm a Lakewood taxpayer." And then he said, "This is no concern of yours." So I know a lot of those people that hang out under the owl tree and talk about the beavers and the prairie dogs. That is a concern of mine, and it's a concern of theirs. And I found it really sadly ironic that the day after Earth Day, a city that prides itself on its sustainability is using lethal control on a resource. I mean, a lot of people enjoy visiting those prairie dogs. It sounds silly, doesn't it? But it's actually really fun. So the city's use of my tax dollars for wildlife control, that is my concern. Lakewood's wildlife management policy is actually on your website, and I looked at it and I learned a few things. And I learned that Lakewood has 3 options for managing prairie dogs. First is passive management, the raptor perches. The second is relocation, including temporary relocation, and the third is lethal management. The website says that temporary relocation, that should be initiated prior to the pupping season, right? But apparently if you're gonna kill them all, and the pupping season is March and April. So if you're gonna kill them all, you don't really pay attention to the pupping season. But the most interesting thing on the website was that eliminating a wildlife population, taking out an entire population, actually doesn't solve a problem, it creates a bigger one. Once you kill them all, they actually reproduce at a faster rate, and so you have a bigger population to take care of than the one that you just wiped out. So I have questions. This may be scientifically defensible, and that's a question for wildlife biologists to answer. But I do have questions about how this was done. Why is Lakewood using lethal control? Did they try the relocation method? I just want to know if that was considered. The contractor told me that he did the same thing last year, but as in lethal control, but now this year he's had to take out a bigger section because they rebounded and there were more prairie dogs. So if this method isn't working, why would we do it again? I have another question. How much does gassing the prairie dogs cost Lakewood taxpayers? As a taxpayer, and I do want to know, what other plans do we have for eradicating other wildlife? As a taxpayer who enjoys Lakewood parks, this is very much my concern. I want the city to be transparent about the effectiveness, about the cost, and the sustainability of your wildlife management program. So I would respectfully ask that the council include a session to discuss wildlife management so that you can get public input, because I can tell you that the people under the owl tree today had a lot to tell you about whether they thought this was a great idea. So I thank you for your time and your consideration, and I would ask that you schedule a session and discuss this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Quinn, sorry. You already, sorry. This is still general public comment, so. All right, so I will close public comment. And we just, as a council, received your email, I think, tonight, and I would not venture to guess as to the current situation. I know that sometimes we really struggle finding people to take our prairie dogs, but we're going to get your information, and we're going to get all that information, try to get you all that information. Ms. Wilkins, you picked a great night to be here because the Lakewood Bicycle Advisory Team is in full earshot, and I think that they'll probably be a great resource, but you are not alone, and I know that it can be a challenging situation on the multi-use path, so I appreciate you coming back out for that. Ms. Springsteen, I think she stepped out, but Councilor Beta and I are going to reach out to Father Kinkle at St. Jude and see if we can get some more information, and then we can find out some information as to the process with the city as well. And then for the sidewalk folks, we certainly understand. We've received a lot of emails. We appreciate the communication. As you can see, we heard a little bit from both sides tonight. We've actually received communication from folks who support it and those who don't. I'd encourage you to continue to work with the city staff. They have made changes based upon the feedback, and I think there's a lot that can be accomplished going forward, so I'd encourage you to continue to do that. Thank you. Ms. Springsteen, I said that Councilor B and I will reach out to Father Kinkle and see if we can have a conversation with the parish, as well as get you some more information as to the city process. Thank you. Councilor Vincent.
Yeah. Just real quick, can we get...
No.
Now we'll be on.
There we go.
Can we get some information maybe to the HOA board about how funding works for LRA as opposed to in that area versus sidewalks for the rest of the city?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we are now at the consent agenda. What's that? Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. You know, I would like to request that we also get more information on cell phone towers. about 8 or 10 months ago, I was notified by a community that a cell phone tower was actually put up in the steeple of a church. And I'd like to know the health, get some honest input on that as well myself. I don't know how many of these are out there at this point.
Certainly. Councilor Bita?
Thank you, Mayor. I've already made a written request, but I would...
Can I read in the consent agenda first? Is that cool? Thank you. Sure. Councilor LeBaire, this is still public comment. Is that what you want to follow up on?
Yeah, I was just going to see if I could add a little bit about the sidewalk.
Sure.
Just a couple things, just since I know there were some questions out there and people brought up some interesting points. There is no eminent domain aspect to it. The road would remain 36 feet wide. I've been told by our economic development director, Nanette Nealon, that she purposefully has tried to stay out of this project to not give the appearance of conflict of interest because she does live there. The money that was mentioned about $20,000, that's related to strengthening the wall that would be weakened by building a sidewalk. So that's what that was referring to. And yeah, I think those are a couple of the main points that I would just mention. So thanks.
Thank you. All right. The use of the consent agenda has been made to expedite council action. It contains both resolutions and first reading ordinances. Resolutions are items of routine nature. Members of the public will have an opportunity in a moment to comment on any of the proposed resolutions. There's no first reading ordinances. Any council member may request an item on the consent agenda be removed for separate discussion and action under general business. Will the city clerk please read the consent agenda into the record?
The consent agenda consists of items 9 through 12 inclusive. Item 9, Resolution 2018-22, authorizing the adoption of the Fourth Amendment to the Lakewood Police Money Purchase Pension Plan and Trust Agreement. Item 10, Resolution 2018-23, adopting the 2018 Lakewood Bicycle System Master Plan. Item 11, approving the minutes of the regular City Council meeting of March 26, 2018. And item 12, accepting the minutes of the Lakewood Planning Commission meeting of February 21st, 2018.
All right. Thank you. And Councilor Bita has requested to pull item 10, and we'll put that under general business. Is that accurate?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I will now open the public hearing on Resolution 9 and items 11 and 12. So we'll not have a public hearing at this moment on the bicycle master plan. That'll come at after general business. So anybody on the consent roster want to speak to the, can you hear me? I'm mumbling? Okay. Anybody who wished to speak about Resolution 2018-22, which is the adoption of the Fourth Amendment to the Lakewood Police Money Purchase Pension Plan, you are welcome to do so. Nobody has signed up to speak to that. So I will close the public hearing and ask for a motion to accept the consent agenda minus item 10.
I can do it. Mayor Paul, I move for approval of the council minutes, for acceptance of the minutes of boards and commissions, and for adoption of resolutions, all of which are included in the consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Thank you. Motion and second.
Second.
Okay. Motion and second. Any discussion? I ask that you please cast your votes. And the consent passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. The clerk please read item 13 in the record.
Item 13, Ordinance O 2018-5, setting the salaries of municipal court judges.
Thank you. I would like to turn it over now to the chair of the Judicial Review Committee, Ms. Councilor Vincent.
Yes, I'd like to thank my fellow council members who were on this committee, and it came without any squabbling at all or anything. We were very, very excited. We think we have a wonderful judicial department, and we readily accepted raises for all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
I move for the adoption of Ordinance O 2018-5 on second and final reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second, and all of our rosters are a little bit messed up. Gene Svedson, did you want to speak to this agenda item? Is Gene here? So, okay. Just wanted to make sure we didn't skip anybody. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. All right. That passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Thank you. Clerk, please read the next item.
Item 14, Ordinance O 2018-7, amending Title V of the Lakewood Municipal Code by adopting a new Chapter 5.05 entitled Shopping Carts.
Thank you. Public Works Director, Mr. Jay Hutchison. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Back in March, you had a study session on a proposal ordinance to deal with abandoned shopping carts, and since then you've had first reading and set the public hearing for tonight, and this is your second reading, and you have an opportunity to pass it or not this evening. I'm just going to review it fairly briefly, remembering that the main goal was to get abandoned shopping carts picked up around the community. The program that's in the ordinance actually has three different parts. The first part is kind of the default program. It's what will happen if neither of the other portions are found favorable. The default program has all of the cart owners registering their carts, and the registration primarily is to identify how and to whom carts should be returned. These are assets of the stores, and best if the assets are returned rather than lost permanently. Secondly, the city would add to the Request Lakewood system and publicize widely a way for people to report abandoned carts throughout the community and make that as easy as possible. Essentially, all we need at that point is the location, because the registration process will provide identifiers on the carts that can make sure we can get the carts back to the appropriate owner. The third part of the default program is a city-hired contractor actually going out and retrieving these carts when they're reported. Most of those reports will probably come from the public. They'll probably come from city staff as well, but we'll have a contractor hired to do that. The next step, of course, is to get the carts back to the owners, but in order to do that with the default program, first they'd be impounded by the city. The city would then contact the cart owners to come retrieve them from our impoundment location and identify the amount of money the cart owners would need to pay in order to reimburse the city for the cost of the contractor, the impoundment, and the administration. So that's the basic default program. If nothing else happens, that will happen. The carts will get picked up that are abandoned and retrieved and ultimately back to the owners of the carts. There are two options, both initiated by cart owners. The first could be initiated by individual cart owners, and it would be at the cart owner's choice. They would either choose to do this or not. The only change from the default program is that the carts would be delivered directly to the cart owner instead of to the city. That would eliminate the city's cost of impoundment and administration, and the cart owners would pay directly to the cart contractor the cost of the retrieval process. But the other things, the registration, the Request Lakewood option for identifying and notifying that there's an abandoned cart would still be in effect. In this case, the city would be less involved, and consequently there'd be less cost to the cart owners. The other option, and both of these options are part of the ordinance, they're not alternative ordinances, they're in the ordinance. This next option is an option where a group of, or a consortium, or even one cart owner could choose to propose a broader program. This would be essentially an alternative to the default program. So as long as it meets the same or better criteria as the default program, then this would allow the private sector essentially to take on the whole program themselves. And I think I mentioned in March that the Colorado Retail Council has indicated that they're interested in pursuing this option, and I'm optimistic that that could be worked out. So in summary, the asset loss to the retailers is also a community loss, not in dollars to the community, but in appearance and the effects of that appearance. This program will ensure that the abandoned carts get picked up, and I haven't gone through the definition of abandoned tonight. I think I went through that pretty thoroughly last time, so I'm happy to answer questions on that. The carts would get returned to the owners, and ultimately the options that are available in the ordinance should improve the efficiency and both financially and administratively if either of those are taken advantage of. That's the short summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchison. My apologies. All right, so I'm going to open the public hearing now on ordinance 2018-7. Nobody's indicated a wish to speak. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And so I'll just say a couple things. Councilor Johnson brought this to the core a few years ago. I appreciate all the work that had been done. We originally had tried to settle on an ordinance out of another community, and I want to thank Mr. Hutchison and the staff, the police department, code enforcement, everybody involved to actually come up with something that is a lot better than the sample ordinance that was brought forth, as well as reaching out to private industry and working with private industry to become a partner, and I think they will most likely come forward and make this a success. Councilor Harrison.
There was a question presented, and I do need to clarify, make sure that the answer that I gave was correct. I was asked by the Action Center people whether or not, if a person would present at the Action Center and would be using a shopping cart as their home, for a lack of a better way of describing it, would that shopping cart be retrieved at the point that they presented at the Action Center or any other time that they might be contacted? I said no, I did not think so, but I wanted to verify that my answer was in fact correct.
Thank you, and that brings us back to that definition of abandoned shopping cart. And for the purposes of this ordinance, an abandoned shopping cart is an empty shopping cart without a human attached to it. That's not the legal words that are in it, but that's essentially the effect. And there are a variety of reasons for that, including the confrontation that could occur that we need to avoid, I think, in this circumstance. The ownership of the private personal property that's in the cart that requires careful handling, and we don't want to end up in a legal situation that's difficult that some communities frankly have gotten into by eliminating or destroying material that was important private property to the owner. So the definition for this purpose is an empty cart that's not attached to a human in essence.
Thank you. I will be supporting this ordinance.
Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. You're right. This has been several years in the coming. And Jay, I want to really thank you for the time and work and effort you put into this. It is not punitive. And you've got the buy-in with the retail businesses. That's awesome. I appreciate that we've come up with something that I believe is model legislation for other cities that are also dealing with this particular problem. It does have the appearance of blight in our city, and we have an opportunity to do something about it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy.
All right, with that, Councilor Johnson, would you like to make the motion?
Oh, I'd love to. I would like to move that we accept item 14, ordinance 0-2018-7, amending Title 5 of the Lakewood Municipal Code by adding a new chapter, 5.05, entitled Shopping Carts.
Second. Bunch of seconds. All right, motion second. Any more discussion? Please cast your votes. Congratulations, 11 ayes, 0 nays. Clerk, please read item 15 into the record.
Item 15, Ordinance O 2018-4, repealing and replacing in its entirety Chapter 16 of Title 14 of the Lakewood Municipal Code relating to requirements for park and open space dedication and fees in lieu thereof.
I'd like to invite our Community Resource Director, Ms. Kit Newland, down. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, City Council. This will be our 5th visit here to discuss park dedication and fees in lieu with you. And as you would have seen in your packet, there are several different versions, which I explained in an email to you last week. And then late last week, we also came up with another idea, which came to you on Friday via email. So hopefully that was all clear. I've brought Russ Williams with me here to do a very short presentation to just kind of walk you through where we were and where we're going, and we're looking for direction from you all tonight, or an approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, good evening.
Good evening again. As Kit said, we've gone through a long process to get where we are tonight, and I'm trying, which keyboard, there we go. As you may recall, we've had 2 study sessions back in October of last year and again in February of this year to discuss the requirements of the parkland dedication requirements of the City of Lakewood. We took it to Planning Commission for their review in February to get their recommendations and comments on the proposed ordinance, and we presented it to you on March 26th at the first reading. Unfortunately, not like Jay's, there's not, all the options are not into the ordinance that is presented to you tonight. It is just the basic ordinance that was put together on the 26th. And then after that, we did have a meeting on April 9th to discuss, look over the options and clean up or change some things or recommend some changes in there. And then we are here tonight, hopefully for your action on the proposed ordinance that is before you tonight, with amendments that you may have to make it more suitable to what you desire. The proposed ordinance in your packet, there is the non-redlined version in the packet. I just wanted to bring to attention the non-redlined version is the one that was presented at the 26th meeting at the first reading. Then the one with the red and blue information on the packet. Blue are some additional edits in the proposed ordinance, and the red are the items that were asked to be options. We've had, from what we understand, there was acceptance at council at the April 9th meeting to some of the changes that were proposed in the package, and those are in both ordinances, both that are shown here. Then we had 4 items for options for further discussion at tonight's council meeting. Those items are in the first section, 010, which would be requiring land dedication for developments larger than 14.99 acres, and the only option out for that would be with City Council approval to change that to a fee in lieu of the land dedication. The second item is in section 070, where we can, the paragraph regarding, the council had some discussion on whether improvements could be accepted in lieu of the fee that was collected in certain developments to do improvements, public improvements in those particular areas that meet the Parks and Recreation requirements. The third, and probably the most difficult one that we've worked with, and I will show you that on the next slide, is the setting, how do we set the amount of fee in lieu of land dedication? And then the last item that is an option that, from what I believe our discussions were a couple weeks ago, would be to waive or reduce the fee or land dedication for affordable housing projects. The four options that we looked at regarding the fee is first, there would be no cap. It would just be the current ordinance, current language in the code limits a $700 per unit fee per every development. This would be just eliminating that wording in the ordinance to move ahead and just take fair market value of any of the land that would have been dedicated by that particular development. Option two is based, as it's written in the ordinance, the proposed first reading ordinance is to cap the fee based on the average land value of recent parkland purchases that we have had completed within the last 3 years, and then review that fee annually to raise or lower the cap as necessary. Option three is more similar to that. What we'd be proposing is a cap of $2,100 a unit, a dwelling unit, and that leave it at each year annual review for the council to set that annual limit via resolution. And the last option, one that Kit did mention that we'd sent out in an email, is a potential rewrite of the whole ordinance. And that potential rewrite would be to accept 10% of the land in large developments, and then for the fee, we would set it at, based on square footage of the units, fee suggested from our planning department of $2 a square foot for that, and whatever option that the council may desire to move ahead with. With that, I will sit down with Kit and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. So I'm going to open the public hearing on this. And the good news is I can guarantee you that council agrees that this needs to be changed and increased. The bad news is I think that there's some differing of opinions on what that looks like. So the good news is I think we're all in belief. The bad news is we're going to have a great discussion about it. Maybe that's good for us. Public comment, Ms. Connors. Good evening.
Mayor and Council. I'm Brenda Lee Connors. I'm with Metro West Housing Solutions. We're the housing authority for the city of Lakewood. And I'm here to speak just on the affordable housing component of this. As you know, there are several factors that make developing housing, particularly affordable housing, difficult. Construction costs have been rising at 10% a year. Land value is rising, interest rates are rising. Unique to affordable housing, the tax legislation that passed Congress has lowered the amount of investor equity that they will put into affordable housing developments by approximately 20%. So we're really hampered in our ability to develop housing because we can't get as much equity to do that. Also, we have very high demand. As you know, we're developing our very creatively named 5800 at 5800 West Alameda. This past week, we opened up applications for that as we're starting to approach completion. In 3 days, we had approximately 1,000 people apply for 152 apartments. So there's high demand for affordable housing. Currently on our wait lists, we have anywhere between 2 and 3 times as many people on wait lists as we have units available. And our turnover varies from 10 to 25% a year, which means some of the wait lists are at least 10 years long. So that's a challenge. Rents have gone up. So in looking at the fee, I would encourage you to please give the potential for a waiver for affordable housing. If we had to pay the increased fees, First off, it might mean that we're not even competitive to be able to get the tax credits allocated to us, because there's a very big concern about the cost of developing affordable housing, and anything that adds to that cost makes us less competitive to be able to get those tax credits. But if we were able to get the tax credits, anything that adds to the cost of fees lowers costs we can put into the quality of materials, or the community spaces, or landscaping, all the things that are really important to a really nice development in a neighborhood, and a really nice environment for our residents. We look at land in the $10,000 to $15,000 a unit range, and anything that raises that in terms of a fee raises our cost, and that makes it very difficult for us to develop. Our challenge, unlike, say, market rent developers, is if the fees go up, we can't borrow any extra money because we can't raise our rents. We're capped out at a certain level. So it likely would mean we would have to have less affordability. So we operate on the area median income. So going from, say, a 30 or 40% area median income to a 60% would mean in a one-bedroom unit going from $675 or $843, the most recently published rents, to over $1,000, so that we could cover the difference in costs, or alternatively build fewer units, but then again that adds to our land cost per unit, and so it's a really kind of challenged equation for us. Ultimately, I guess what I would say is, if you would support the ability to waive or lower the fees for affordable housing, that really would help meet the needs for affordable housing, to keep workers in Lakewood, to keep the people who really need affordable housing here where we would like them to be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Hasfjord, come on down. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Kathy Hasfjord. I would like just to make a recommendation for park fees to go to Ward 2 and maybe Ward 1, because we lack a lot of the amenities that a lot of the other wards have. But my concern is the cost, because you start adding a tremendous amount of costs to each unit, developers will not come. And we would like to see good market rate development in our area. And if it's priced too high, there will be no market rate housing going in, because it will be just way too expensive. So it will be left only to affordable housing, and there will be more people looking at affordable housing because there won't be anything there. So that's the concern that I have in our area, because we would like to see the change coming in the development. We have property. We don't have huge, 14.9 acres of property. So these developments will not be able to probably provide a lot of park area in their complex. So consider the areas that do not have a lot of space, and that are looking, since we're on light rail, looking at good market rate housing along light rail. So thank you.
Thank you. Looks like your partner in crime's up next. Represent the art line. Good evening.
My name is Madeline Nichols. I live in Ward 2, and I've lived in Lakewood for the past 50-some years. I think I agree that we need to do something with the fact that we need to change some of this. I am also concerned about the amount of cost it would be to the developer or to affordable housing. If I think I would just ask that the council be reasonable about looking at how much of this fee needs to be increased. I think it needs to be increased, but I think you need to be reasonable about the amount that it gets increased so that it, as Kathy said, doesn't make it so that people are just turned off totally and don't even try. And we know in the city of Lakewood, especially in the older parts, there isn't a lot of land to designate for park space. So I would just ask that you all look at this in a reasonable way and come up. I think you all understand what's happening, and I would affirm to your reasoning and come up with something that will not only be helpful to the park system and everything in the city, but also to keep it open to developers to even want to come. Because I think if we get too restrictive, we're going to put ourselves in a deeper hole. So, thank you.
Thank you. Maria Lozano? Lozano? Okay. 6643 West Colorado Avenue? Not here. Joan Poston? Good evening, welcome.
Hello, my name is Joan Poston, Poston, and in the interest of transparency, I need you to know that I am also running for a state representative position with HD 23. That being said, people have told me when you're running for office, don't make any public comments. I am foolish and will make a public comment about this. There are a couple of things about this that concern me. One, that there are caps, but it doesn't seem to be any floors. I don't know how this actually works, but I would like to see some kind of floor as well as caps. And maybe it's there and I just haven't been able to read it. The second thing that I'm concerned about is who is in charge of these fees. And the way I'm reading it, it is a staff thing, that this has been designated to a staff at their discretion. And here's what I have to say about that. I am running for a public office. I believe in public leadership, and I would like to see this city council take this back and use it, own it, and when I'm upset about it, I can vote you out. The last thing I'd like to say is, of all of these options that are displayed up here, I'm thinking option 4 is a good option. I would like to see some rewriting on this. And the other thing that I have gone to ward meetings, and it has been brought up that the fees that some people are being charged to use these parks is excessive. I don't think it probably is part of this bill, but I have seen at Ward 1, and I've seen other complaints when people say, I would like to use the pavilion at the park, and I am getting fees, and I don't know what these fees are based on. Last thing I'd like to say is this. I honestly believe fee is another word for tax. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's everybody that signed up. Anybody else wish to speak? Come on down.
Good evening, members of City Council and Mayor. I'm Joyce Alms Ransford. I'm Executive Director of a faith-based nonprofit that develops affordable housing. We have properties in Lakewood and Aurora and Denver, We actually just bought an existing property in Fountain, Colorado, and essentially we not only build but we manage property. We take great pride in all the properties, and we're actually a 22-year-old member of the Lakewood community with a property off of 8th and Union, and our offices are now in Lakewood for the last 3 years. I just wanted to say I applaud the idea that there would be an option to have some waived or eliminated fees for affordable housing, based on the fact that it's a very expensive proposition, as Brenda Lee Connors had mentioned already from Metro West Housing. We, as a faith-based entity, also provide family services for any entity, any person that comes within our property. And so anytime there's an opportunity to lower the cost of construction, we're delighted to know about that. So I really applaud your thoughts on that, and I hope that that will be retained as an option on this revision of the ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mara?
Good evening, all. I'm sorry to hear that the people that have spoken to date are speaking as if this is an additional new tax, some kind of added fee to building costs. Oh my God. This is an opt-out fee. It was initiated 2 years ago by the average citizens, working class, who felt it was unfair that wealthy developers got preferential treatment in Lakewood for 30 years. That developers got to line their pockets at 10 cents on the dollar to opt out of providing quality life. Dog runs, green space, open trails, park space to all wards. It's not an additional fee, it is a punishment fee if you want to lower the quality of building in a community. Why should people that live or can only afford to buy, or first-time buyers, be punished for buying in a lower income, middle class, or workforce neighborhood? Why should they not get the protections that higher income neighborhoods get? Fair market value is the only equitable way to assess a fee on land. Affordable housers and low-income housers don't build on the best, most expensive properties. A $1.6 million house in Solterra has a very different land value than a small lot that's being redeveloped in the city. But at the same time, the people living in that property deserve a green belt around that land. The children, our children, deserve to have some green space, a dog walking park, something other than a paved over parking lot where drug dealers and sex traffickers are recruiting. This goes to the very heart of affordable lifestyle and workforce living in Lakewood, that developers stop being given a pass, and it encourages them to lower the quality of builds, especially in middle and lower income projects, because who wouldn't do it at 10 cents on the dollar or even 30 cents on the dollar, which is what 2100 is. Secondly, once again, Lakewood is putting an average across all wards and all properties, further subsidizing wealthy developers on expensive homes and penalizing the lower price properties. That's why fair market value is the only fair way to go. And if there's an emergency situation in a government housing project, of course Lakewood will be reasonable and find some way to figure out a solution. But it's disturbing to hear that this council and many people here speaking are talking that people living in middle or low income housing deserve less, deserve a lower quality of life and the higher crime rates that come with it. Because we don't want to hold developers accountable, not to pay something extra, but just not to pay at all if they want to lower the quality. And lastly, I think it's unethical for a sitting council member on this board, Mr. LeBure, to publicly campaign on your Facebook page that you've already made a decision on this, and to mislead citizens in this city in incendiary language with incomplete facts, screaming 1,000% increases when the present number hasn't been changed in over 30 years, and that part wasn't mentioned. And I think you should hear the first, the second hearing, and the last night votes before you campaign against something like this, hurting the very people that you claim to defend. Thank you all.
Anybody else? All right, I'll now close public comment and try to figure out how to start. Councilor Vincent?
Couple of questions, and I've made no bones about the fact that things like that disturb me. It says in Section E, the director may waive all or a portion of the dedication requirements for 80% of the area median income through recorded deed restriction. I think you're talking about the waiving of the possible fees there for lower or for affordable housing.
Correct.
Okay, so here we go. What is the area median income? Because my question has always been if it will hurt certain wards, because the affordable housing is already there, which means you look at 80% of the affordable housing, which means that area then always qualifies for the affordable housing.
Excuse me, I've invited Paul Rice from the planning department to help answer that question.
Okay, because I think it's applicable to everybody's.
So, as Mr. Williams mentioned earlier, there's another option with the $2 square foot. I want to kind of bring that in. I can't give you the 80%, but I can give you 65 because I was thinking 65. The area median income at 65% is about $53,000. And so we've done some research in the planning department because we're looking at school land fees, but that's the average medium income at 65%. It's about $53,000.
Okay, and I probably did not get the intent of my question across. My concern is, and I think it has to go with the housing study, that when you have affordable housing in a certain area, okay, those people qualify for 80%, of the average income. The affordable housing gets built. My question is how do you figure the 80% after that? Because if you keep figuring 80% of the average income in a lower income area, it's going to continually qualify for this.
It's not specific to the area when we do the calculation. So the area is generally calculated for like the city of Lakewood. So we're looking at it a whole, not specified to a certain area. So they take the aggregate when we do that calculation.
Okay, so what you're saying is if if somebody wants to build an affordable housing, am I going to hit you? An affordable housing unit in Ward 5, it would still have to qualify for the 80% of the entire.
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Hodson.
Can I add a little more detail to that? Just to bring everyone up to speed, AMI, of course, is the area median income. It's the household income for the median or middle household of a region. So each year, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, calculates the median income for every metropolitan region in the country. So I can give you what those limits are. And they are, for a family of 4, 80% is $71,900. A family of 4, and there's a sliding scale for the different numbers of people in the family. Now, very low income at 50% with a 4-person family is $44,950 income, combined income, and extremely low for 4 people in a family is $26,950. And this is analyzed every year, as Paul just said, by region.
Okay, so then it would not matter where this housing was in the city. the folks who would live there or be sold to or whatever, this AMI would apply applicable
Across the city.
across the city.
It's not specific to a specific ward.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask one other question? Quick
Please.
question. Okay, so I wanted to make clear, because this is what I said at the last Ward 2 meeting. We are looking at if people do private development. For instance, the trail that's going along 11th, which the housing development took, that would get counted toward you're both looking. So in other words, they're developing that. It's going to be a walkway. It's going to be an artway. It's going to be a dog park. It's for the whole city, even though they're taking the upkeep on it.
In that particular case, the development next to it is using the public property for their detention, so they made those improvements as compensation for using that area for the detention. That was not their dedication requirement. Their dedication was taken in fee in lieu of land dedication from that development.
Okay, so if anybody did anything like that, then that would not count toward this. Is that correct?
It depends on the situation. In that particular case, it did not count. There's as many developments there are. There's many different situations out there that we've had to work through.
So it'd be individually based. Sometimes they would get it counted, sometimes not.
Because they were using public property in this particular case, there was a trade-off that we worked out with them.
For that, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So let's continue with questions, if that's okay. Councilor Franks. I'm going to do it, Dave.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I wanted to dig more into, I've been hearing folks talking about a complete waiver or a partial waiver, but I wanted to kind of dig into, does that, when we're talking about affordable housing, is that only for agencies like Metro West Housing and the faith-based, where they are then deed restricted for X amount of time? Or I'm just concerned about rentals versus ownership and the turnover, where the community may have thought they were getting X, and then through creative adjustments of rentals and turnover, it suddenly becomes something different. So help me understand who would qualify for that and how that would be administered and proven out over time to stay affordable housing.
Yes, allow me to read a statement from Amy Dieknicker, who is the administrator of our CDBG program. So, and we really actually anticipated this question because of what we've seen happen in a neighboring city. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to get to your second part of your question first. The city has a program in place, and it's been in place since 1994 to enforce rent and income limits on deed-restricted affordable units through its long-term management of the rental units developed with the home grant funds, which are CDBG dollars. We are required to obtain current rental rate and income verification for those multifamily properties on an annual basis. In addition, we inspect the units to make sure they are being adequately maintained, and this is annually. We could structure the requirements for the dedication fee exemption similarly and roll those units into our existing portfolio, which at this point will be ongoing until the year 2043. So we have a program in place that ensures the continuation of the affordability. And we can also contract that out if we wanted to. At this point, this is something that the city conducts.
But that's for the CDBG dollars. What if I'm a developer and I want to come into the city and say, I want to propose an affordable rental property, and so I basically either find a way to reduce my fees or get no fees? What then does that program look like to ensure that, because it's not part of those federal dollars?
Typically, those projects do apply for a tax credit, and that because of that, they fall then into the federal program, which then becomes a part of our annualized program.
and we could put a protection in for those that don't come through federal to make sure, my long-term goal is to make sure there's not some creative loophole, because depending on where we set these fees, it could be an incentive to figure out a way to avoid them depending on the number we set.
Yes, that's accurate. And by virtue of the fact that they're affordable housing, they qualify as being subsidized by federal dollars, which are passed through HUD dollars.
Right, but
Which
if there's
then
no
puts-
federal subsidy, I want some protection that if someone applies, because depending on if we're going from $700 or $800 a unit up to fair, let's just say that it's the end scale, fair market value, there could be incentive to look for a way to change that property over time.
That's right. And this is a protection that the city has to not allow for that kind of problem. That
Through the deed restriction.
That's right.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Roybal, question?
Yes, I got a simple question, and I guess a lot of it is now being flushed out, but one single question. What's the definition of affordability, affordable housing? I've been asking a lot of people, looking at it at Google, trying to figure out what's affordable housing. Can anybody help me with that? For example, we talk about it, and then we talk about subsidized housing, but we say affordable housing. So that's pretty much a buzzword that's going out there, going around. They'll say everybody in the city has affordable housing. And we need to be very clear, crystal clear, on the exemptions and what we approve, what we don't approve. For example, we have the assisted living. Are they affordable housing? Just a question.
No, that's a great question. I think we can get clarification. Ms. Hodson, I also want to break protocol a little bit. We have representatives from our housing authority here as well, if they'd like to chime in on what that is. Brenda Lee? Because I think it's not so much a definition other than a definition of income, correct? Or percentage of income.
Yes, both that and setting rents or sale prices that are affordable at those selected incomes. So, for example, in my reading of the potential waiver of this, it sets that at the 80% of area median income. In the programs in which we work, that we max out at 60% of the area median income. So, part of what you said is accurate in the sense that what's affordable is what's affordable based on your income. For affordable housing, it's set at these various levels.
Then is there different verbiage distinguishing the two that we can use to distinguish what we're trying to do versus what's out there, which is the verbiage of affordable housing, which is the cliche going around. Everything's affordable housing as long as you got money.
Right.
What do we need to say?
At least in the printed version that was available tonight, I think the language is pretty clear that it sets it at 80% of area median income. So there is a definition that it's not just loosey-goosey. It's set at a certain amount.
So 80% affordable housing, is that something that you would say or definition of?
Yeah.
I'm trying to be very specific because, like Councilor Frank said, that when you make it very vague and you say affordable housing, somebody comes in and says, oh no, I have affordable housing, I have a nonprofit, or I have an assisted living, I want an exemption.
At least as I read the printed version tonight, it was very clear that it was kind of two-pronged. It set it at 80% of the area median, and it had to be deed restricted. So it hopefully would take care of some of the issues about trying to just get yourself in the door and then get out of the program. I personally would see that as a key component, that it be deed restricted, so that it has to last that for, in the printed example, 20 years.
Could you, I think the question is, could you break that down further to say, if you earn $20,000, so you earn $40,000 a year, what's that number? What should you be paying for rent?
If you earn 40,000.
Or whatever, just
Right.
give an example of whatever's easy for you.
So the calculation generally is that what's affordable for your housing costs, which in the affordable housing world is both your rent and your utilities combined, that what is considered affordable is 30% of your income. So to take an easy example, because, you know, math, if you earned $36,000 a year, your monthly income would be $3,000. So what would be affordable to you for your rent and utilities combined would be $900.
And that's how you would base it.
We would. There are the state agency with which we work annually publishes both the income limits and the rent limits. So the individual household income has to fall within those income limits, and the particular unit rent has to fall within the rent limits that are published.
But again, I'm getting back to the statement itself, affordable housing. What can we say for definition to put into this ordinance to clarify specific besides the deed restriction?
Counselor Roybal, the language is already written in here. It's on E. It's on the 070E. It's in red, and it describes the percentage of AMI, which is the area median income, and also that there's a deed restriction on the property for 20 years.
Okay.
And that's pretty well defined.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Harrison.
I had a question about when the fees are taken in a particular ward. I think previously it was thought that those fees were kept in that ward. Would that still be the case? I was looking for it and I couldn't find it in what I was looking at. Would that still? Okay.
It
Okay.
is collected in each planning district. It's not by wards.
Okay. Well, sorry.
It is
wrong word.
The fees are D of that same section 070. Fees are collected and designated for acquisition and development within the same planning district as shown on the map at the end of the ordinance, which shows the 7 different planning areas.
Okay, here's my concern with that. Ward 5 is very blessed in the amount of parkland that we have, but wards 1 and 2 are pretty dry, and they need some more green there. Is there any way that money can be transferred or to other wards when an opportunity is found?
That would be what we need to do as part of the dedication. It needs to have a nexus to close to the proximity of where it was collected for. To move money from down to the south end of the city to the north end of the city, there's really not a nexus attached to that. So it needs to be collected and used in the area where it was collected. Quite honestly, most of the development in the last 2 years has occurred up in planning districts 1 and 2 at this time. So that's where the money is collected, and that's where we need to start spending some money to do some improvements up there.
Thank you.
All right, let's continue with questions. Councilor LeBeer.
Do we know the percentage of Coloradans or people in Lakewood who spend more than 30% of their income on housing?
No, I don't think anybody here does. Maybe the housing consultant might have that information, but.
Okay. Because as a state, I believe it's 40%. So I'm just wondering if Lakewood is the same. Yeah, I think that's the one question I have for now. So thanks.
Councilor Abel, questions?
A few. First of all, where's all that money for 1 and 2? Let's start spending it. How do we stack up against neighboring cities, other cities in the metro area as far as developer fees? I mean,
overall developer fees.
No, we're talking park
dedication.
space.
Okay. In terms of how much we collect, is that what
In terms of
how we do it?
what we rake in per unit as opposed to Wheat Ridge, Denver, Thornton.
Russ prepared a slide with that information.
Thank you.
The slide in front of you is what other communities in the area. This is one from our original presentation back in October. Arvada is looking at 10 acres per thousand population or fair market value of that land collected plus a park improvement fee on single family and multifamily developments. Brighton is at 21 acres per thousand population, and they also charge a improvement fee depending on the park type, as you can see on the slide. Broomfield, they just take up to 15% of the land area. There's no out for taking fee in lieu of that in particular. And then they also have an improvement fee for $1 square foot per resident. Golden looks at 5% of all subdivisions, which includes commercial subdivisions or fair market value for the price of the land that would have been dedicated. Longmont does not do a land dedication requirement. They are purely a fee, a park improvement fee city where basically they collect a lot of money, a fairly high fee for parks, and they go out and buy the land and build where they want to and by their comprehensive plan. Westminster is at 12 acres per thousand or fair market value. Wheat Ridge is a little bit different. They're at 8.5 acres per thousand, and the value is set each year biannually by council of what the land value is in Wheat Ridge is. Currently, they're set at $48,000 an acre.
Okay, thank you. And it would seem to me then that we're way down on the bottom scale. Even if we increased it quite a bit, above all the others, developers are still going to come to Lakewood, I would think, no matter what we charge them. That's how they make their money. But this shows, unless I'm sadly mistaken, this shows that we're the lowest as far as acreage per thousand, population, or whatever. Okay, and thank you for that chart. It seems that these fees kind of play on the number of people in each unit. You know, if you have a small unit and only one person lives there, would it perhaps be a little more equitable if we thought about basing it on a per bedroom instead of per square foot? As you might have someone in a rather large house living there alone, and so how do we work in that equation of people per unit?
I'll ask Paul because this is primarily this is option 4 that we've worked with the planning department looking at school land fees. So Paul can address that.
I apologize. I didn't introduce myself earlier. I'm Paul Rice. I'm with the planning department. If I say school, that's what I've been working on, but what I'm going to explain will work very well for parks. So we had the same question, why not use number of bedrooms or some other kind of criteria to do the calculation? And as part of the zoning project that we've been looking at, we've looked at a lot of study data from here in Colorado and nationwide, and a lot of jurisdictions are going to assessing fees based on per square feet. And the rationale behind that, it's to account for the number of people in a unit. So we're actually looking at people in the apartment unit or a household as a total. And then how do you accommodate for a 1-bedroom versus a 3-bedroom or a studio? And so what we found, not only here in Lakewood, in Colorado, is that typically what you're finding is about one person per 500 square feet of living area, and that's pretty standard. So if you were to double that, you could end up with a 2-bedroom unit at roughly 1,000 square feet, and then the fee would increase with that as well. So an example is if you had a studio apartment with a fee of $2 a square feet or $2 a square foot, you would have a fee, whether it's school land fee or parkland fee, of $1,000. You increased that square footage to say 1,200 square feet, you could get 2 or 3 bedroom in 1,200 square feet. That fee at $2 a square foot would go to $2,400. And so the fee is increasing by the bedroom count, the living area, and then it's also increasing the fee as the unit gets more larger and more expensive.
Not all space is taken up by bedrooms, though. I'm imagining warehouse type lofts that, one or two people live in a large space, but 1 bedroom.
They could, and that's why we're going with square feet, not bedrooms. It's the gross square footage of the unit, not the bedroom unit or individual bedrooms. So we're looking at the living space as a whole. A studio apartment generally is a very large room. The kitchen, the only room typically isolated would be the bathroom. You've got a common living area, so we're looking at it as units. So as you start to subdivide the interior of the apartment or the home, it's not accounting for bedrooms, because you could call an office a bedroom and get around the fee that way. You could technically have a 2-bedroom unit, but one of them's an office, so it goes back to 1 bedroom.
Okay. How many waivers have we granted in the last, what time frame do you have that figure available in?
We have never granted a waiver because the current ordinance does not have a waiver provision in it. Every development has either paid a fee or dedicated land that's triggered by the ordinance.
Thank you. And I noticed that there are provisions made for private open space in developments. Presumably people who live in developments go take advantage of our public open space. I hate to see this kind of money spent on private open space. Can we...
It's options available to you where this has occurred, and it's not more recently, it's a lot of older developments where our zoning ordinance required a certain amount of open space within a particular development, primarily townhouses and apartment developments. If they left more land area beyond the minimum requirements of our zoning ordinance, we did give them credit for that additional area if it met the criteria that was in the ordinance. I have not seen that in recent years where they are they're primarily maxing out, meeting the minimum amount of open space and not giving any more open space beyond minimum.
And don't we have the same requirement for single-family residences? A certain amount of the lot has to be open space, I believe 50%. But those folks, a nod is good enough, thank you, Paul. Don't want to wear you out tonight, Sean. Then, okay. Okay. So, we have a 50% requirement for residential open space. Is that correct?
Roughly. It varies. Some of it's a little higher, some of it's a little lower.
Sure.
But yes, roughly.
But those people still use public parks.
Correct.
And their private open space isn't really called open space. It's called taxable property. So my concern is that if a developer is providing private open space, that's an amenity which he can sell. It does the public no good, but yet the folks that live in this development are going to be going and using the public park as well, especially if it has a tennis court or a basketball court or something like that. So, is that a standard in the Denver metro area that private open space is considered a public, a community asset? Because that's what we're talking about here, is community assets.
Yes. I would say that in the cases where this has happened, that's it's called, we're calling it private development, but it's not closed development. So the public does have access to the areas. It's just that the people that live in the area will tend to use it more than the general public. So there's also the reverse of they won't use amenities in the public spaces as often because they have their own private spaces. So there's that as well.
That language tends to indicate otherwise. Maybe we should clear that up a little bit and make it clear, make it very plain that this open space in these private developments is public if it goes toward the fee in lieu or the land instead of the fee. Is that possible?
One of the things that we put in this, one of the items we put in regarding private open space is it does need to be designated on some sort of plan. Up until this point in time, we don't have a good tracking mechanism of what has been credited for private open space. So we do have a tracking mechanism, but we can also make sure that it's open to more than just public. What in this particular statement, I'm trying to think back of what we've given credit for, and it's only been for the neighborhood component of the fee. So that is just for the close in, the small recreation. We have never given credit for community open space in that setting, or the community park space. So for larger parks, we typically took the fee or land.
One of the comments we got an email indicated that smaller plots, say a quarter acre or so, are just worthless as open space. It would seem to me that as we become more urban, those smaller plots become a lot more important. Am I on the wrong track there, or should we be considering that, you know, a half an acre might give us a good piece of respite in the middle of a long stretch of asphalt?
Definitely. It just really depends on where it is and what's nearby.
So a smaller parcel might not necessarily be ruled out as valuable open space. Thank you very much.
Councilor Johnson? Questions?
Thank you. I just have a question for Kathy, and although I know that this is not part of our discussion, when we were talking about art space, one of the questions I asked the folks is, do you do a look back every year or 2 years to see if folks still qualify? Because it was a subsidized type housing. And the answer I got was that the federal government will not allow you to do that. Something is... Talk to me, Kathy.
That is accurate. That I remember that too, and that's the answer we got from the folks at ArtSpace. However, the programs that we manage are different, and we do have this requirement for the annual review that I read earlier. So, I acknowledge that there does seem to be a difference as it relates to the ArtSpace program and the programs that we administer through funding from HUD. So I'll have to look into the ArtSpace itself and how that exception is different.
Something doesn't feel right.
Yeah, that is a concern. I'll follow up with that.
And am I correct that for 30 years we have not adjusted the fees? So now we're actually playing catch up to try and get some equity. with Lakewood as an infill community, as we build in, that land is getting more and more expensive. I mean, because we've got less of it. I guess I'm frankly struggling with giving waivers to anybody at this point, because at the rate that we've been going since 2012, we can't afford to let anybody off the hook, if you will. And when you are looking at affordable housing, you're usually looking at high density, high profile. You've got more people that are going to need more amenities, and somehow that needs to be part of the equation for me. And also, I will just say it, I question the municipal government's role in basically subsidizing housing. And in a way, that's what we're doing here. Thank you.
Councilor Skilling, questions?
Yeah, just a quick question for our Longmont staff. Can you explain the improvement fee for Longmont that's on this slide? Because it's $54.84. Is that per unit? And then what does the next line mean?
They also have, on top of that, they have another fee for recreation centers on top of the park fees.
So the total fee is roughly $6,500 per unit the Longmont does. Okay.
When we've got the information, they look at theirs annually to not adjust, but when we looked at the information, it was last October.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Franks?
I do have a couple of questions, but one comment I wanted to make is that I know that some people have said some of the dedication of land being too small. I can tell you when I was in Paris walking around, it was so lovely to see all the pocket parks and the places, very low maintenance parks that were tucked where people could stop, have a cup of coffee. And some of them were very small, were literally, 10, 12 small benches, but were tucked in such a way and were designed in such a way that they were very low maintenance and lovely places to visit. I also wanted to talk about the possible, where it said private. That concerned me as well. We have surrounding communities that are taking on an impact when these come in there, and obviously some are more of a benefit to communities than others, but I want to make sure that we're not creating places where it's suddenly off limits to the surrounding community. So that's important to me, that language does get changed to where those are not private parks where they can be enforced and citizens can be asked to move on. The other point I wanted to make is I am really struggling with the waivers. Land is limited, and I would like to see I'd like to see it more clean and focused on fees, and us look as a city to find other ways to deal with the affordability, because it's a multi-pronged issue. It's not just one fee, but it's a lot of other things. And then the question I have in that is, I wondered about the deed restriction. Where did the 20 years come from? Is that considered standard? It seems awfully short to me, considering that's less than the the IRS's lifespan of a building.
Typically, when you go through the tax crediting process, there's a time frame, and so at a minimum, that's going to be 20 years. A lot of times, the tax credits when they're received could be 30 years, so that may vary. So I imagine that the number was provided that's a minimum, and it could go up from there. But you would also need to tie it back to the tax credit, so that if they expired. If you were to increase the time frame, say to 30, and the tax credits expire and they wanted to sell it, technically they could, but you've deed restricted it beyond the limit of the tax credits. So there could be some conflict there.
Is that legal to, do we know if that's legal to? I guess if I'm looking as a community and I plan to age in place, so I'm going to be there another 50 years, that's the hope. I'm trying to say, what's people's predictability about what's around them? I mean, and so 20 years goes by in a flash. I've been in my home nearly 20 years. Seems like just yesterday. So I guess I'm just wondering where some of these get pulled from, because frankly, option 4 and some of these things came at the last minute. They weren't in the packet, and my community didn't get much of a chance to comment on it. So I'm just kind of picking at the fringes on some of this.
And if you have a development where there's kind of a self-imposed restriction, so let's say it's age, income, or age restricted, so 55 or older, that's something where you could set a longer time frame, because it's not tied to a federal subsidy or state subsidy. So if you were, you could have 2 time frames, one where it corresponds to whatever the subsidy time frame is, and another to a restriction based on the development type without a subsidy.
Councilor Gutwein?
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions, and I actually have a question for my colleagues. So we know affordability is an issue, both when we're talking about affordable housing as defined in this proposal, but then also talking in a broad scale about attainable housing, and the fact that we are currently the 4th highest in the nation in rents rising. It is getting more and more expensive to live here. It is getting more and more expensive for people my age and younger to buy or to rent or to live where you work. And you know, and we're also seeing more and more families pushed onto the streets, seniors getting pushed onto the streets. This is a major issue that's in the news every day. If we are not, so the reason I'm bringing this up is that I think that some of the most important decisions that we make in this room are decisions that impact our housing, how much you can build, what you can build, how much it's going to cost, because that impacts the everyday lives of the people who can live and work here. So if we are going to increase our fees for parks and open space, which I 100% think we need to, it hasn't been increased in 30 years. We're among the lowest. But we're a city that has more than one value. We value open space, we value parks, but we also value an inclusive community and a city where there's all different kinds of people at all different incomes that can live here. If we are not going to take that into account when we make this decision tonight, and we're not going to, if we don't do waivers, if we don't do option 4, then how are we going to address the affordability issue that we're going to be imposing in this? Are we going to do that in the housing, committee? Are we going to have another session where we're looking at exclusions and waivers? And the reason I'm asking is I'm having a hard time understanding why we're going to feel more comfortable doing waivers in a different discussion than we are now. I think that however we do a waiver, it has to be really clear and transparent, because if it otherwise, community is going to feel like that there's a staff person who has discretion and is just picking their favorite developer. So, you know, when that, we've never even granted a waiver ever. So I would like to see us do the waivers for affordable housing. If we don't, then I'd like to understand how this council proposes that we're going to address the issue of affordability, if not while we're increasing our fees. And that is to any of my colleagues. Thank you.
So I have a few questions before we continue with the second round of questions. I guess what I've struggled with, and I know you have as well, and that's where you came up with the fair market rate, but fair market as just fair market, we're trying to predict what this could do to affordability without an kind of a baseline of where we're even starting. So the idea, when you looked at some of the land prices in the valley, the Rooney Valley, land is a lot cheaper than the parcels that are in Ward 2 that the council members have spoke to that they want to see developed. And in fact, I was somewhat shocked today in a conversation with a developer in the Rooney Valley who thought that the proposal to increase on fair market was brilliant because it's not going to cost them that much money. But then you have somebody doing a 4-acre project at $500,000 an acre, and it's going to cost them a lot of money. So I've really struggled, and I don't know, you know, how we get to the conversation of what will this really do when it's an individual project to project basis. It's not so much the land, but it's really the zoning that sets that value. And so my question in that, Ross, I guess in your research, is that accurate to say that you have found the discrepancy?
Yes, there's discrepancies, lot to lot and area to area. Each method of determining values has its pluses and minuses. Now, in the Rooney Valley, you may get, you talk about it's cheap land, but most of those parcels are larger than 15 acres, so then we would be looking at land in those particular cases there. But then all the other developments, should I show examples or?
I was going to add that that yes, we do. What we would do if it's fair market value without a cap is the developer would have to do an appraisal for each property. That would be the only way to solve that problem. So, and we did learn through speaking with other communities that there are communities that do it that way, that they just charge the developer with that responsibility to do the appraisal, and then they use that information for the, you know, the value. So, and it does vary across the city, as everybody knows.
What do you know what the city and county of Denver's doing?
They negotiate about everything. They don't necessarily have a parkland dedication ordinance. They have a big stick. They carry water, so they can negotiate a lot of different deals. So I don't have a specific, because every case there is negotiated through zoning or through the council at that point in time.
Okay. All right, Councilor Vincent.
One comment. I know that we have a value of affordable housing, and I realize that, but we've never waived a fee before. And to some people's concern, the density that comes along with affordable housing, you do not get the open space, you do not get the land. You have a lot of people who are trying to recreate, I think is the definition, where they can't do it. So that's the battle that you run into. And I don't know why we have to waive fees for this. That maybe there is something else we can do. Tax credits in and of itself helps the affordability. They get that tax credit for many, many years, which is why you see competition within there, and the higher density and the rent controls.
I think you heard from our affordable housing provider that will erase that. By increasing fees, that lowers the tax credit, so it adds to the rent.
Correct. Okay, but what I'm saying is you still get the tax credits. That is a form of subsidy. And I guess it just personally bothers me that in the areas where we seem to get a lot of the high density and the affordable housing are the areas that have the least amount of green and the least amount of parkland. That's, I think, what you see the head nodding about.
Councilor LeBear?
Is there going to be a point in which we have some comments that aren't, is that going to be like another round? I'm just wondering. Or is this just questions? I'm just trying to stay in.
I have two more lights on. If they're just questions, we can wrap it up and go into the next part of the discussion.
Okay, well then I'll ask my questions. So would you say that Denver is 160 years behind on their park dedication fee because they've never had one?
I don't know if they're behind. Fairly extensive history of acquiring parkland, from De Boer in the 1930s to a park system,
park system that is one of the best ones in the country through different negotiation processes, through a long history. So I don't know if they're behind.
Well, I bring that up because I don't necessarily buy the argument that we're 30 years behind if we've also invested a lot of tax money and worked with Jeffco to get open space in our community. So I just wanted to mention that. And then to our city manager, Ms. Hodgson, do you have the supply infograph that's in our housing study? And would you mind showing us that? Or I have it here. I can bring it down if you like. I know, I didn't warn you. Do you mind bringing it down a little bit? Or, oh yeah, you can do it electronically. Do you mind going up to the northeast corner a little bit, if possible? The reason I'm bringing this up, and you could probably leave it there, is that northeast corner where it has those negative numbers, that's units. So in my ward, in Ward 2, we've lost several hundred units in 15 years of development. Now this isn't the last couple of years, but so it doesn't have that. This is a census tract and it's demolition permits that they're tracking. So in Ward 2, you've lost hundreds of units. Now, so you can imagine why I would be concerned about adding additional barriers or fees that could turn into obstacles for growth and development on a corridor that desperately needs it, and a major transit corridor, because you can see the train goes right through there. Now, so I understand when you're looking at the southwest part where it's all red, that's where the developments occurred. So that's a big part of my concern, and I have more comments on this later, but I just wanted people to see that. And what this gets to the heart to is that, and I know Councilor Franks has mentioned this before, but different parts of the city have different needs. And a one-size-fits-all, fee or process could hurt it. And that's one of the reasons I like option 4, and I really have kept speaking every time we've had a study session or a meeting about this. I keep bringing it up because one of the reasons I do like option 4 is because the square footage isn't regressive in the same way that the flat fee is. And here's an example. If you build a 200 unit apartment in a place that wants the development in the corridor where the businesses are and where people can walk to the transit areas, that's about a $1.4 million fee. If you do it, depending on if we're doing it by the fair market value, that could be a $1.4 million fee. If it's 280 units, it could be a $2 million fee. And that could take up 4 acres of land. Now, a house down in Solterra could maybe, let's just say they had lots that were 4 acres, or we can just add 4 different 1 acre lots. That would be $7,000 per acre. So you're going to get $28,000 from 4 properties, ostensibly. And then in that studio, in one of the apartments, you're going to get $7,000 for a studio. Or if you extrapolate it out to the entire building, you're going to get a $2 million fee from my ward, and you're going to get a $7,000 to $28,000 fee. If we're talking about 4 acres, it's $28,000. So $2 million versus $28,000. If you were a developer, where would you want to build? And I could say this, and I could ask this as a question, but I think I can just answer it. If I'm a developer, I want to build where the fee is only $28,000, not where it's $2 million. So I call this the Develop Ward 4 program.
Councilor Abel, question?
Yes. Fair market value, I guess, is in the eye of the beholder. The assessor plants one out there, and it's usually considered conservative. And you know, the guy who's trying to sell you the property gets an appraiser who will give you a much higher price. And I understand at some point fair market value in some way is the only estimator of land value. However, the property's been sold in the last 3-4 years. That's a better indicator of what it's worth. And can we consider using the recent establishing a market value system for properties that have not sold recently, but take the actual purchase price for those properties that have sold and use that instead of some formula for determining appraised price?
We could do that. I think we looked at COSTAR, sorry, got my acronyms mixed up, COSTAR, and came up with an average of, I think it was about $500 and some thousand an acre over in 2017. So we could look at that. Properties that were sold, we could look at that data.
I'm talking the specific project parcel.
Each property individually.
Right, yes, if I'm going to go out and develop a 10-acre parcel over on Union at 4th Avenue, what I pay for that property is pretty much what the value is. It's, you know, I have just established that with my checkbook. So I think that would be a lot more direct and a lot more accurate than fishing around for appraised values. I recall Lakewood Chrysler Plymouth sold twice in one day, and the appraised prices jumped up something like a couple of $100,000 in half an hour, because those are the differences in the price purchase, or the price received in the first transaction and the price received in the second.
Yeah, unless something hadn't sold.
Sure, and if it hadn't sold for a while, then we go back to maybe we take the assessor's value, or maybe we do a battling appraisals where the city gets one and the developer gets another, and then we go to a table and say what's in the middle here. But I do think that we could save a lot of heartache and maybe pull in a little bit more fees from current market value as established by the recent purchase price. And with all of these comments, perhaps I would agree with the gentleman to my left here that option 4, there are a lot of things that need to be ironed out here. So, thank you.
Okay. So that is done with questions. So let's start moving into some framework with how to potentially move forward. Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. I'd like to move that we adopt option 4. And the reason is that I've heard a lot of concern about the waivers, and I understand. And I think that the reason that it's becoming an issue now is that our fee was capped at $700 a unit. Now we're looking at going to potentially fair market value with no cap, and so those fees are just becoming significantly higher. One example that we heard was up to $7,000 per unit, and in the example that Jacob gave, you know, that could make it cost prohibitive even to build transit-oriented development, which is it's the most sustainable. It also is the most attainable kind of development. It isn't regressive. It's the most fair way to charge this fee. And so in doing that, I think we would avoid the need to have waivers because it would be a fair system. It would be, it would impact those that are the most vulnerable and the cost the least if we do it this way as opposed to fair market value. And it's also the closest way to charge per person fees. So the whole idea and theory behind the park fees, and I'm looking at you guys to correct me if I'm saying this wrong, is to charge per person because that's how we impact our parks, is how many people go and attend the park. So we want to hit the closest that we can to a per person fee. So that way we are addressing that density issue, because I do understand, and I don't want the side effect to be cutting out fees where we need them the most. So I think that instead what you want to do is have a fair system that takes into account that there are different values in Lakewood. Then we don't have to get into all these waivers and all this stuff. We can just have a fair and understandable process. So thank you.
So your motion is to adopt option number 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
All right. So we have a motion and a second to adopt number 4. So we'll open it to discussion. I just want to, there's one part that I want to mention, and that is because, you know what, and this has taken a long time to come to this point, but I think the opportunity to do it right is the best way to move forward. I'm afraid, though, that there hasn't been enough time for the community to have an opportunity to weigh in on this. So
Yes. Okay. So let me go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, hold on.
I should have.
Hold on. So you have an motion and a second to accept number 4. And you want to adopt that tonight, or?
So I'm sorry. That's right. So I think that because our community has not had a chance to weigh in on this option, that we would need to have this be first reading tonight, which I believe is what it was included in the packet. And then we would have second reading at our next regular meeting. No. Or when are we able to have the second reading?
Defer to our city attorney.
Well, it's not entirely accurate to say that it would be first reading because it was part of the ordinance that came to you on second reading. It's just a different variation on the theme that you had not seen yet. So I think it might be more appropriate to treat option 4 as if it's, a viable option. Continue second reading to a future date so that people do have the opportunity to review it, get familiar with it. You all can get up to speed on it, and then continue that discussion at a later date. It's a little bit of semantics, but first reading is done. This is the public hearing date that we had, and it's as if someone proposed significant amendments of an ordinance that had not been considered before, and you might want to take time to look at that. That option 4 arose out of a previous meeting, but it is a variation on what you've been looking at, and just needs a little bit more time for vetting by the council and the public, perhaps.
So follow-up question, because I know that this is a really important issue, not only to our council, but to our community, and we want to see this get done. Would we be able to do a date certain and do this as soon as possible, or how would that work?
We can if
So for the legal terminology, though, it would be an adoption of item number 4 with a public hearing, or moving item number 4 to a date certain for second and final reading, which is essentially third.
It's a little bit odd because the agenda doesn't reference option 4 as a distinct item. If that's the path that the majority wanted to take, it's again as if you're looking at a now newly amended ordinance, and you want to consider those amendments and you want to consider that package, but you want to take more time to do it. I do think that this is essentially second reading for the entire ordinance, including option 4, but that's the part you haven't looked at. So I think you would be continuing second reading to a date certain to allow for further discussion
Oh,
and
okay.
ultimately action.
So that means that we could continue this to our next regular meeting.
I don't want to speak as to what the
Possible.
allows.
That's already been published.
Yeah, that's right. The agenda for that meeting is already out, so
Okay.
we have to wait until a further meeting.
So the next after that we could do. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Hodson,
I'm looking at when our next regular meeting
May
is.
14th, you said the agenda's already out.
But the agenda's already out for and the 28th is a holiday. So that puts us in June. That's June 11th for it to be posted appropriately.
1, 2.
That's our next public meeting, our regular meeting, forgive me.
On the 14th, even though the agenda's already out.
Excuse me, if we have the correct wording, we could get it on the May 14th meeting. Tomorrow's the deadline to have that into my office. I apologize, we have not, I forgot there was an extra week in there with next week being, so if we had the correct wording, verbiage in the office tomorrow, we could still get it on the 14th.
Okay.
Okay. So then do I need to make a motion saying with a date certain of May 14th to continue it
To May 14th.
to continue on May 14th?
You need to withdraw your motion.
I would like to withdraw my motion and thank you and make a new motion that we adopt option 4 and continue our second reading.
So you are continuing.
You don't want to adopt it, you
Right.
just simply.
I would like, okay.
Your public hearing to May 14th.
Yeah.
And do I say anything about
Take in consideration of item 4, so you have the language.
Okay, so I apologize. I would like to make a motion that we continue our second reading to May 14th so that we can consider option 4.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Mr. Abel, you had a question.
Kind of. We haven't decided what the language we want to see is. So how do we continue this to a date certain with language that is yet to be determined and know that when we get it, that's going to be what we're after? I'm concerned that if we're going to rewrite this thing or going for wholesale changes in this thing and then come back in 2 weeks, we don't know where we're going to be. So how do we go about making sure that we have all of these suggested changes, some of which contradict each other, ready for a hearing in 2 weeks? 3.
Counselor, I think the way this would work is I think what Councilor Gutwein has indicated is a desire to pursue option 4 versus the other options, whatever they may be. And so if there were a majority of the council that agreed and said, let's stick with this square footage approach or whatever the distinguishing factor is, let's go with that and set it out for a further public hearing. And at that time, talk about the specific language and iron out any other discrepancies or conflicts. That's what I gathered from it. And if there's a desire to still talk about the other options, then that's probably not the motion that'll get adopted.
There are a number of comments that raise different issues that would require different answers, and I don't think we have an agreement on each of those matters. So bringing it back to second reading at a date certain will put us right back where we are right now. Perhaps a better approach would be to have yet another study session on it, or some kind of open discussion. So I would hate to be in staff's shoes right now and try to guess which paragraphs from which counselor we're going to put in there. Maybe we do multiple choice paragraphs. Choose paragraph A, B, or C in section 1. But I just don't think we're there.
Option number 4, just for to make sure we're all on the same page, was the one that I emailed to you all on Friday. Okay, everybody's, and which I understand is not at all settled. It was just a proposal. But I just want to make sure we were all talking about the same.
Yep, that's the one I'm talking.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just don't think that option 4 carries all of the suggested changes we have, and that I thought option 4 was to take another look at it, come up with something fresh. So what was your intention?
So I am looking at the option 4 that is based on the square footage that was emailed to us. Was it on Friday? And so it does have proposed language, and that's what I'm suggesting. But I understand your point that it may not take into account all of our feedback, and so I understand that. But that's what my intent was, is to continue the conversation with the option 4 language that was emailed to all of us.
Well, if we're going for that language, we could just vote on that language tonight.
I think the concern was that the public hasn't had a chance to see all of this, and so there's a desire to communicate about it with the public who's been following this issue, and that's why there's a hesitancy to vote on option 4 tonight. And I'm not sure if hesitancy is a real word.
I'm just not sure that option 4 even adequately addresses all the changes we've been suggesting. Mayor, pull us out of this.
Mayor,
Thank you all very much.
Mayor, would you like us to find a study session to discuss item 4 or option 4? So that can be fully, so not only is it, we can make sure all the issues are attended to, but also there's public comment on that particular option. If you want us to do that, we can find a date.
Well, I think I can leave that up to the motion maker. I think that essentially we need to move forward on something. And I know that there's angst in the community, but I also know that the community wants to be engaged. So we don't have, my goodness. Next study session is May 7th.
That's right. There is a study session May 7th, and then the next one is study session May 21st.
So is that something that would be acceptable to the motion maker?
I just think there are so many things here. It's not just the square footage question.
No.
We've covered an awful lot of ground, and a lot of changes have been suggested.
I agree. So I agree, and I think that during the policies and procedures, and then we had the workplace harassment issue come up, and I was upset because I wanted to see it done, and then we ended up moving it to a date certain and going through another round of process. and we had another meeting to hash out all of the issues. And I think that we're going to end up with a much better project because of that. And so I think that Councilor Abel does bring up a really good point that, you know, this is a complex issue. There's a lot of different things in here aside from just the square footage. So if it would be possible for us to have a study session May 7th and then continue on the 14th.
And then second reading on the 14th?
Or
okay.
Continue the second reading.
Essentially what we just have done tonight. Essentially, right? We had it come back from Planning Commission, then we moved it for a session with council and the community to weigh in, and then we came back tonight for the seconds. So essentially it'd be that same process.
We do it?
But if
we make changes, would it still be second reading, or would we be coming back with a new ordinance that would require a first reading? Mr. Cox.
That's where I'm stuck at the moment, is thinking about where we are now and how we get to second reading. What you normally don't get to bypass first reading by using a study session. It's the next step in the process. So
So that would mean first reading on May 14th. After the study session on the 7th. But then that puts us to June for second reading.
Yeah, so we've heard that. There's a motion and a second. Let's take comment, and we'll have to figure out how to proceed. Councilor Bida.
Thank you, Mayor. So where we're at right now is we have a motion to continue this, the adoption of this ordinance tonight. It's on second reading, ready for adoption. We've got a motion to continue it. I will say for the record unequivocally that I am adamantly opposed to continuing this anymore. This issue has been before council, has been kicked around for months, perhaps even years. I think it's time for us to make a decision, okay? I don't think we need to kick the can down the road anymore. Secondly, I've listened patiently tonight to all of the comments, all the questions, all the testimony. It's been very excellent. We've beat this thing pretty good. You can make it as complicated as you want to, but I can tell you that the lady that spoke earlier, Miss Amara, she pretty well summed this whole thing up in a nutshell as to what this is all about. It's about opting out for fees for developers if they don't want to provide certain open space amenities in their project. That's what it's about. And as she mentioned, and I certainly agree with, the people and the folks that need it the most are the ones that we're talking about denying it to for the sake of a cheaper fee. That's wrong. That is totally wrong, and I think we should be dissuaded of that approach. There is a term that is used in the real estate business and in the development business, and it's a term that refers to when the developers are having to accept cheap rent because of the market. And then there comes a point when the market turns and the rent goes up. And the term they use at that point is, guess what? The candy store is closed. Now, from what I have been able to determine, and I've listened to for months on this, even before I was on council, is that the developers have been taking advantage of this loophole for some time. I think it's time for us to close the candy store. I have nothing against developers, and I want to say this unequivocally. I think developers are out to make a dollar, and by golly, I have no problem with that. I'm an unabashed capitalist just like they are. But at the same time, it's up to us as a body to control what goes on with the developers and how they develop our community and what they do. And I think it's time for us to, as I say, close the candy store. And it's very simple here. I'm urging my colleagues here to vote no to continue this. Number one, I'm urging them, number two, to vote for fair market value of the land, option number one, no cap. And also, I'm urging them to do away with the language under 4. Well, since it's 4, it doesn't apply. But I think any language having to do with a waiver should be omitted. If you want to insist on a waiver for low-income housing, then that waiver should be determined by us as a body, and I don't want to leave that to staff because I think it leaves too many possibilities to chance. So if there's a project that comes along that is truly low-income housing and is designed for that, and it's appropriate for a waiver or a reduction of the fee, I'd be more than happy to entertain it here on council. I think that's going to happen very seldom, and if we need that, fine. But to leave that in the authority and the power of staff, I'm opposed to that. And so that's my position. I urge my councils to vote with me on this. It's time to close the candy store, and it's time to get on with this.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Let's speak to the motion, please. Councilor Skilling.
I'm speaking to the motion being to continue this so that we can have more discussion on option 4. Do I have that correct? I'll say this with a smile on my face so it won't sound mean-spirited in any way. But I will say that we have had, and the slide was shown tonight, we had the study session last year, we had the study session the start of this year, it went to Planning Commission, it came back. Since it's been back, since the last time we were all together, and we went through this list painstakingly, where the mayor and I were trying to figure out how we were going to best take each line and figure out from this body what our consensus was going to be. And what I didn't hear under those options, was anything about the square footage, any new calculations. I heard none of that. There has not been that beat of the drum, and it is certainly not something that we have discussed in our community. It is not anything that we have discussed prior to tonight. And to say that I'm aggravated is, yes, an understatement, because we looked at all of these options. We went through them thoroughly. We spent a lot of time on this. And now we're going to come back and discuss yet another option. That's my frustration. And I just wish in the future, when we have these motions, especially when we have this many opportunities as a body to interface with the public, that we just take the time ahead of tonight to either somehow submit the idea, get it out there, do something so that we don't come here tonight having all these options, my highlights and everything else that we were going to talk about with amendments, and now we're discussing something wholesale different. And that's my disappointment. So with that, again, I tried to keep a smile the whole time. That's my aggravation.
Councilor Harrison.
Well, Councilor Skilling, I guess you can be aggravated at me because I just kind of thought of the square footage idea. So I apologize if that is, because it makes sense for me to think of different sizes of homes would have different square footage costs. So you can be upset with me. Sorry about that, bud. That's the way it is. Thanks.
Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. Actually, Councilor Beat had said everything that I want to say, and I totally agree with him, and I support him. And I would respectfully ask that you withdraw your motion. This has gone on a long time, and we haven't even vetted the other options. And we've got a motion on the table for something that we've just have seen. It hasn't been vetted by the public. I would ask that you reject or pull it back, Dana.
Councilor
And I
LeBaire.
support Michael.
Councilor LeBaire.
Well, I would add that the fact that we haven't talked or discussed about square footage as an option is precisely why we should go back and talk about square footage as an option. I'm not the housing expert who knows that, a lot of other communities are moving towards this direction because, in fact, it makes a lot of sense. That's something that I've learned doing my own research, taking a look at guides like this affordable housing guide. It's a guide for local officials. It's from the Division of Housing. And so if we did a comprehensive thing up front, I think that would have alleviated this consternation we're dealing with now. Because I think the problem is that, from my understanding, by looking at the old tapes of these meetings, is the discussion has always been, well, how much do we raise the fee by? And I think there's a problem there because I think we asked the wrong question about if we should raise the fee, what would the economic impacts be of raising the fee? What are the costs? What are the benefits? That's what most businesses or most governments should probably be doing, is asking those tough questions. And what I've come to find, just sort of doing some research and meeting with staff and sitting with all the different directors and city manager and all of you, is that a lot of places need different things. And that's why I showed that picture of Ward 2. It's a place where it is the least likely that you would want to build because it's mostly infill. And the reason why we don't get the parks and all the nice things in Ward 2 is because there's no land. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have people focusing on building or giving up land in Ward 2 in their development. The reality is what they do is they pay the fee in Ward 2. And that's why having a really expensive fee in Ward 2 doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I've been reading this local guide, and here's a couple of things it says from the experts at our housing division for the state of Colorado. It says number 7 in their top 10 guide of keeping affordability, it says you should reduce, defer, offset, or waive development fees for affordable housing. On page 42, it says these fees become increased costs for renters and home buyers. A community may recoup the cost of its infrastructure, but the result may be a reduction in housing affordability. A lack of adequate workforce housing can discourage new potential employees from establishing operations in the community. The best approach is to find a balance that maintains the integrity of communities' infrastructure, but eases the regulatory cost burdens by incorporating waivers, deferrals, or offset fees for affordable housing. Now remember, Ward 2 is infill housing, predominantly. They say local jurisdictions can create an incentive for infill housing by repurposing developing fees. Developing within a city's existing grid utilizes infrastructure already in place. It reduces the traffic impact of the development, particularly where public transit exists. Well, that also sounds like Ward 2. There's a light rail that goes right through the middle of it. There's a ton of stuff here that I would like to comment on and that I would like to continue to discuss, and I think our community is owed that. I understand that we want to raise park fees because we want to build parks, but we can also prioritize that in the budget. There are other ways to do it, and I'm certainly willing to vote to increase these fees, but what I'm not willing to do is to increase it so dramatically as to kill affordability, and not only affordability, but to kill development altogether in Lakewood. So now I'm going to speak to the motion, which I think I was there, but I'm going to speak more clearly about it. I'm certainly willing to continue to have the conversation about square footage because it makes a lot of sense. $2 per square foot in a 650 square foot unit in an apartment is $1,200, $1,300. That's what the fee would be on something that's maybe a studio apartment or a one-bedroom apartment. And then in a place where it's a 3,000, 4,000 square foot house, it's an $8,000 fee. If it was $2 a square foot. Now, should we do more vetting on it and research? Yes. But anyway, thanks.
Councilor Abel.
I agree with Councilman Vita on the point that council should be making these decisions on waivers. However, that's not in this. So I agree. I am the person who brought it up, who asked the question nearly a year ago, how long has it been since we've increased these fees? And the answer came out 30 years. That's astounding. we're 30 years behind. And we read things that say, well, this is the fact, or this is the reason, or this is the consequence. Show me some figures that prove that. Show me the dollar figures that bear that out. Common sense will tell you things, but you know, that's not, your common sense doesn't always function along the lines of the nuances. I would be happy to sit here tonight, Councilman Beta, and get this done. It's going to take us a few hours, and we'll go over it paragraph by paragraph, and there are changes, I agree, that need to be made. We've offered a number of changes. I don't think we've reached consensus on the changes that we've asked for. So if we want to sit here and do this tonight, I'm ready to do it. But we have a lot of debate left to do, and a lot of verbiage that we need to compile into fashion. So where do we go from here with this document tonight? And I would be happy to do it. I think we need to have these folks pay their way. What they were paying 30 years ago is not correct for the current situation. I looked to see if there were places that had reduced development fees, because the way to really tell how much these things add to the cost of a house is to see, or an apartment, is to see in a place where the fees were reduced, whether that reduction came back into the marketplace as a reduction in the price of a home. I found one place in the nation that has reduced developer fees. It's Palo Alto, California. They reduced some of theirs on March 30th, 2017, and 6 months later they were raising fees. So give me some figures to work with to show what this does to affordability, and I'll buy into it. But, you know, if it's going to be just verbiage, that doesn't prove a thing to me. So the question remains, where do we go tonight? We've had a number of suggestions to change this document as it's presented to us. If we won't sit here and do it, that's fine with me. But we need to do something.
Can I comment on that real quick?
1 second. Just to set the record straight too, as far as staff waiving fees and this idea of, you know, that the body must do it. I think the staff has waived the fees twice, and that has been for 2 affordable housing projects. And if you have the criteria in place of who qualifies that, it kind of takes away and equalizes the field rather than who comes and puts together the best show or the worst show before elected body. I think governance is what we do. Implementation is what our staff does, and I think they do a great job. As far as show me proof, I think we heard from Metro West Housing. These fees, yes, whether it's manageable or not, they will have an impact. I don't have a magic wand tonight to make this better. Like I started out, I said 11 people up here realize the need to make this better. But the way in order to do it, and I think I do think you have different areas that you come from. Some are areas that have to deal with growth. Some are areas that have to deal with affordability. We haven't done it for 30 years. Let's do something that's going to be meaningful. We're potentially going to do a school fee that's going to be based on this similar formula that is in option 4. You want predictability. You want an idea, and that's where I struggle with. None of what we have offered tonight can predict to Bren Lee what her next apartment is going to cost. We don't have anything to say it's not going to affect affordability, or it is. We have these pie in the sky numbers because everything is so different. And so when you try to do that uniformity, I mean, there's some really smart people up there who really care and want to see something get done. And I think we would have an 11-0. It's just, what do we do next? And I know, Amara, you want to see it done tonight. You wanted to see it done last year. And I think a lot of us do too. It's 10:15 and we still have a whole nother highly high interest topic tonight yet. And we have a whole development dialogue that we need to continue to work through. But the criticism has been since 2012 that this council rushed through things, and now we're trying to come back. Well, let's take the time and do it right. I'm sorry. I mean, if we had interim committees, I don't know. But what I do know is, for me, option 4 creates some sort of predictability, whether that's $3 a square foot, $2 a square foot. Even if we go forward tonight and say we're going to come back in a year and monitor what this did, that's the thing. We just don't know. And it's going to be so different. Is it going to bring to Ward 4 what you want on the backs of Ward 2 and vice versa? So hopefully that sparked somebody's genius idea to help us move forward. Councilor Gutwein.
No genius ideas here, but I just wanted to say, address a couple of things that were in the last round of comments. Number one, there is no loophole that developers can just opt out and not pay a fee and not give parkland. Is that true? So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that this keeps coming up and we keep talking about it however many times we've now had these meetings, but there is no opt out. There is no loophole that we are closing. The developers either have to give land or they pay a fee, and our staff determines that based on whether or not we are getting a piece of land that is considered valuable for a park. But if not, then they pay a fee. It is a low fee, but it's not an opt out. It's not a loophole. The other thing is that I think that this issue is really complex, more so than it originally seemed. And so I think that I'm hearing people talk about talking about the people who need parks the most, having that taken away. But what we're really talking about is that the people who need it the most in Ward 2 are going to have to pay the very most for these parks. And what we're talking about is that the people who are the least able to pay are the ones who are going to pay the most, because the land is more valuable along the light rail. So I just wanted to clarify those items. And again, thank you all for the discussion. I know this has been frustrating and it's been long. I think that we're close, and I do wish that I would have come up with this concept about the square footage way back when we first started this, but I didn't know about it. I raised the issues of affordability and attainability and transit, and we all raised a number of different issues, and this option came up. I think it solves a lot of them, and so that's why I'd like to support this. And I think it is appropriate that we have time to take it back to the community. And I do apologize that it's been a frustrating process, but I think it's the right thing to do to get the best policy that we can for our community. So I guess, can I call the question on that?
Just out of courtesy, Councilor Bida.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
If he could weigh in, and then we can. That's a mistake. Okay. All right. So certainly. So any more discussion, Councilor LeBeer?
Sorry, I thought I hit that button.
That's okay.
Well, I was just gonna say a couple things. I totally agree with Skilling, Councilor Skilling. I wish we had like a committee or something that really workshopped a lot of these big ideas. That way we don't have to keep coming to the chamber to sort of hash them out here, because I think it's not conducive to not pontificating. And I'm no stranger to pontificating tonight. But anyway, I just want to add real fast to Councilor Abel's thing. In Denver, they don't have a park fee. They have a $1.50 square foot fee as an impact fee, and all that money goes to affordable housing. So just an FYI. In Austin, they have a waiver for affordable housing. In Oakland, they have 3 different fee zones, so you can just, in the higher density areas, have the lower fees because it's more efficient. It's a more efficient use of land. As you get more out towards the suburbs, it's a higher fee. Those are just a couple anecdotal things I just thought I'd add. Thanks.
Okay, so Okay. So there's a motion and a second, and do you want to restate their motion? The motion is to continue second reading with a conversation on May 7th and second reading continuance on May 14th.
Right, and it was, as I heard it, unless it's changed, it was specific to option 4 that you wanted to pursue. Right.
Okay. All right. Please cast your votes. Oh, I'm sorry. So it's bleh. Yeah.
We actually
The
need-
continuance of second reading.
Actually, we need to vote on calling the question. 'Cause-
And then the question wasn't called. There was no more questions.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. So the 7th, council are able to continue the conversation on option 4 and continuance of second reading to the 14th of May. Okay, clear?
Voting no would result in what?
Continuing
tonight, or-
yeah, continuing the conversation tonight on everything.
Thank you.
Has everybody voted? And does anybody wish to change any votes? All right. That passes 7 ayes, 4 nays, the nays being Johnson, Beta, Franks, and Roybal.
Mayor, with your permission, I would like to move the schedule somewhat and push our short-term rental conversation that was scheduled for May 7th and push that back to May 21st so that May 7th doesn't turn into an absolute marathon evening. Is there any objection to that?
No.
No objection, so that will happen. Thank you.
Okay. Will the clerk please reread into the record item 10?
Resolution 2018-23, adopting the 2018 Lakewood Bicycle System Master Plan.
All right. So there's no presentation on this subject. We saw we had a presentation. Before we go to council, I need to open a public hearing though on this item. So I will start with who's left. Mr. Hyde is gone. Mr. Kersgaard is gone. Mr. Tyler is gone. Senator Kerr is gone. Braden Kerr is gone. Miss Jessica, can't read the first. Doring? Foring? Okay, not with us anymore. Michael Reiber, I believe he is gone. Tom Quinn, he has left the building with his Lime bicycle. Mr. Bernie, you're up. Good evening. Thanks for hanging in.
Thank you. My name's Tom Burney. I live at 10400 West 13th Place, and I want to make some comments regarding the bike master plan. I will say I did attend all but one of the meeting sessions that was hosted by the City of Lakewood with their contractor. I will say I was impressed with how it was done. The contractor was forthcoming with information, very nice. The way the presentation and the information was displayed was great, and the maps were out. It'll comment on it and discuss it with the people. Hopefully something will come out of it for a crossing across 6th Avenue between Kipling and Union and Sims. So I was very pleased with all that, and I was happy with that, but I have a concern regarding part of it. And that concern is project number 68, pertaining to the Kipling to Oak proposed alteration of the bike path. During the meetings, I attended along with some of our neighbors on 13th Place to find out what was going on, and at every single meeting, that was not part of the discussion. We asked the contractor, and the contractor stated they were unaware of that proposed realignment. City staff was great. They came up and said, Tom, that's okay. We're working on a separate item. It was never part of it, so I don't know how it got put into it at this point. When we attend the meetings and discuss it and it's not on there, yet at the final version that I'm seeing, it's there, it's disconcerting. Furthermore, it also goes in and talks about the impacts. It says that there may require the use of eminent domain for this. Every resident on 13th Place signed a letter to City Council and stated they were opposed to this project. I know the mayor and several City Council members have spoken to those residents that are impacted, that are being looked at for eminent domain, and they have flat out said, we will not give the land. The city will have to use eminent domain. So to have a comment in there stating it may is disingenuous. We know the answer is, in order for this project to go forward, we need to use eminent domain. So it provides a false sense. So I'm supporting of the bike plan. I don't support that add-on towards the end. I don't know how it got on there. Otherwise, it's good. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. All right, that exhausts the roster. Anybody else wish to speak? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And Mayor Burkholder, did you wish to speak? I'm sorry. Oh, did you wish to? No, I said if anybody else, yes, please. Do you miss this?
It was getting past my bedtime and, you know, old. But anyway, Steve Burkholder, 2444 South Yarrow Way, Lakewood. And I wanted to speak council tonight primarily about process. And of course, we've been talking process all evening. And primarily, it's part of Lakewood's DNA and how we developed the strategic vision for the city of Lakewood. And really, that process involves transparency, involvement, and trust. And really, reading the 81 pages of this document, which I know all of you have read here, really stressed really what I think is the strength of the city of Lakewood. And I'm sure all of you, in reading that, saw what I saw. And that was the fact that there's been a lot of community involvement on this. We've had the Bicycle Advisory Group, we've had the Advisory Commission on Inclusive Community, and we've had over 2 years of community involvement. And I think that that was the real key thing. And what really impressed me also was the fact that we had these open houses so people were able to give their input. And I think that that's so important, and that's one of the things that we've always prided ourselves here in the city of Lakewood. And you talked about that this evening, about people being involved with the decision-making of the city. And so that's very, very important. The other thing that I wanted to chat with you about too, because I think that these are two issues that weren't really brought out in the report, but that's the issue of the D10 path. And that's the issue at Kipling there. And it might involve the issue of completing the bike highway between Denver and Golden. And that might involve the issue of requiring the purchase of a strip of private property, and which does involve eminent domain. And quite frankly, certain governments across the U.S. have abused that powerful use of governmental property, of power. And I think all you have to do is look at the history of what Lakewood's done on that, and what we did at Belmar, and what we did in the renovation of that with Villa Italia. In fact, some of the merchants there said thank you for what we did and the work the city staff did with eminent domain. Finally, I'd like to say too that a city needs a vision on anything that they do, and you talked about that this evening too. And so I would say to you that with the work of the Lakewood Bicycle Advisory Team, work with them, use the vision that's in that 81 pages, and look forward to what's happening here in the city of Lakewood in making us a bicycle-friendly city. And I know they want to work with you. Please implement the complete bicycle plan for 2018. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. Anybody else? All right, now we will close public comment. All right, Counselor Abel.
The issue that Mr. Barney brings up is a valid one. We had a discussion not long ago about eminent domain on a sidewalk on Sheridan. And in that case, the property owner needed eminent domain to be declared in order to get his bank to go along with the program. In that discussion, a number of council people voiced their aversion to eminent domain. And it is my considered opinion that eminent domain is not likely to be approved on this project, the D10 project. And that being the case, it would not be wise of us to go ahead and spend more money on a project that may not even work under the constraints we have. Another issue with the D10 path is the irrigation water. Apparently the engineering for the solution to get the irrigation water under the new path and to its users is going to be extremely expensive. I'm hearing much more expensive than we had originally considered. Now, Mr. Hutchison is here and might be able to address where that is. But the ditch company representatives tell me that we are a long way from being at an agreement there. I just don't think it's wise at this point for us to continue funding a project that might require some very significant changes. So I would suggest that we take another look at that. And there are alternative paths in the neighborhood that could be used. We have 95% of this bicycle master plan seems fine with me. It is that one project that concerns me, and I'd like to find another course of action on the D10 path.
Councilor Bida.
Thank you, Mayor. When this first came up to me for consideration as a new counselor, this was in February of this year. So I had an opportunity to review this whole idea of our shared, of our bike plan for the first time and give it some thought. And I came back with some questions that I presented to the Public Works Department, which centered around costs, for one thing. And let me just share with you kind of what they told me. They said, we really don't have a really good way of determining how much this project really costs us, the bike lanes, because we just don't have an accounting system to do it. The best that we can tell you is that what we've spent so far is about $15 million on this system so far, on this plan currently. That was as of February 16th. $15 million. That's the best that they could tell me, recognizing that it's probably higher than that because they don't have the accounting in place to pick up all the associated costs. Okay. They could not at that time give me an anticipated cost of what it would be to complete this. And of course, since then, it looks like they have given us some idea, and it's in, I believe it's Schedule B or D in the plan. Okay, and I'll come back to that in a minute. Also, a question I had is what kind of data do we have on usage of this system? Because if we are being asked to appropriate at some point significant amounts of our funds, of our city's funds, I'd like to know, you know, how that's going to benefit us, who's going to benefit, how many people. And again, I was told, and I'm going to quote this from Public Works, on the issue of bicycle system usage data. This is a weakness in Lakewood and nationally noted during the master plan presentation to City Council on February 5th. So they're recognizing that that is a problem. We really don't have good data as to what is really the usage of this bike path that we've already instituted. Okay? And I'm bringing these points out because I'm getting somewhere with this, but I think these are important for our citizens to know this information. The report in our plan talks about the accomplishments that we've done since 2005 in our master bike plan, and that includes 12 completed over-underpasses, 11 miles of shared use paths, 30 miles of bike lanes, and 30 miles of shared roadway. That's just since 2005. We also currently have approximately 141 miles of shared use paths, and again, this is all in the plan. 110 bike lane miles and 22 miles of signed shared roadways. We have been designated by the League of American Bicyclists as a bicycle-friendly community for 2016 through 2020 at a bronze level. So we are considered a pretty friendly, as I understand it, a pretty bicycle-friendly community as we sit right now. We spent a lot of money, and we have a lot of accomplishments already. Now, when we go to what's being proposed in the future, if you go to the last pages, and I noticed that we didn't have a sum of all of the costs of these pages, but there are actually, I believe, 7 pages of projects related to our master plan, a total of 68 projects. And I just did kind of a quick calculation in my head, kind of rounding down numbers instead of up so that I wouldn't overstate it. And that is proposing $145 million to complete this bike plan, okay? Let me say that again, $145 million. Now, I just came out of a budget committee tonight where we were talking about a number of projects, other public works projects in this town that are of varying priorities. Some of them have to do with public safety and the police department. Some of them have to do with our parks, our recreation centers, our just a number of things. And I don't believe that those totaled $145 million. And so we're talking about a significant commitment by taking this on, dollar-wise. And I want us to make sure that we understand that. And so where I'm going with this is basically this. I don't want to belabor it, but my concern comes back to the language of the proposed adoption of the proposed. Let me see, make sure I can find it here. Of the adoption, which is the use of the word adopt. And what I would like to do, and I'm going to move at this time, is that I would like to add a paragraph to the resolution that we are considering tonight. And that language would be an additional paragraph which would say, whereas the adoption of this resolution, 1, is only aspirational in nature. Number 2, does not authorize the expenditure of any city funds towards this plan without the express authorization of this council. And 3, it does not authorize the acquisition of any property by eminent domain or otherwise. Okay? As long as we have that language in there and we're clear that we're just saying this is something we would like to see in the future, but it's going to have to get in line with the other many public works projects that this city is facing and is looking at. As long as we understand that, and we'll take it on a case-by-case basis, I'm fine with adopting this. And as long as we also understand that this does not authorize eminent domain, the use of eminent domain at any point without the express approval of this body. So I think with that, I would move to include that language in the resolution and then go forward.
I second it.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second, and Councilor Johnson had brought this up earlier, and I had offered her some language as well, which stated in the section point, and I don't know if this amendment's better suited in the section point, but Project 68 W Line Bikeway north of tracks Kipling Street to Oak Street, map page 2 is still under consideration. The city is seeking to mitigate impacts to neighbors adjacent to the project. The city shall continue to seek equitable outcomes for those affected. No condemnation action shall occur without city council approval. So I think some of that gets to the heart of that. I think it's also important to note that, again, there's some redundancy. Clearly, any kind of condemnation action comes back to the city council. And if you want to restate that in every document, that's certainly okay. As well as the fact that a plan is an idea to make sure that when we find opportunities, we can reference this and say, oh, look, there's a grant opportunity, or while we're widening this road, we can increase this capacity. So you're not going to say there's a $146 million build out. And I think that number is probably pretty high, but you're going to say these are things that the community has given us feedback that they want to see implemented. And of course, anything over $50,000 is in the budget and is approved by this body. So if you want to put that in every addendum, that's fine, if that makes you feel better about reminding yourself. But that is already safeguards that are in place, and so I'm happy to support that. I think it's a great document, but I think it's also clear that the city manager and I are still trying to work with some of the folks along the D10 who are the most impacted, and we've had some quality conversations. And will they end in a success? I don't know. But if it doesn't, it'll certainly be right back here for this body. Councilor Harrison. Oh, wait, sorry. So I'm actually going to have you remove, we don't even have a motion in place.
Yes, we do.
No. We don't have the original motion for the document in place. So let's remove that. Please put that on hold. I'll come back to you once it's read back in. Fair? Fair? Seconder? Okay. So let's continue with the discussion, and keep in mind if there's any more amendments, we need to read the actual motion into the record. Councilor Harrison.
Do you want comments or questions at this moment?
Particularly questions would be great.
I'll hold it. I have comments.
Okay. Any other? Just clear everything. If you have a question, leave it up. Councilor Johnson, question.
Yes, I do have some questions.
Please.
In regard to the D10 bike path, at one point it was asked if the federal grant money would go towards a different route besides on the north side of the tracks. There is a viable alternative on the south side. Was the DRCOG ever asked about if that federal grant money would also apply there? In the document, it says that in 2014, we did get the grant. And another piece of that is that it was tied to betterments at 13th and Wadsworth. I'd like to know if those betterments have been used, if that grant money was used for that, and what it does to that federal grant if we ask to look at it for a different alignment.
Thank you, Councilor. Jay Hutchison, Director of Public Works. The grant does apply to 2 geographic locations. You're correct. One is Oak to Kipling. The other is about Zephyr to Wadsworth. It's one grant. It applies to both geographic areas for the kinds of paths that we've talked about in the past and have been pursuing. We did consult with the Denver Regional Council of Governments, and I think the answer to both questions is no. We couldn't delete delete the Oak to Kipling segment and just use the grant on Zephyr to Wadsworth, and we couldn't relocate the Oak to Kipling segment and use the grant on a different location, a different kind of path, and still use it, of course, on Zephyr to Wadsworth. So if we change the type of path on the west end, then the grant would not apply.
Have we already used any of the money at 13th and Wadsworth that was grant money?
I can't tell you for sure if we've used any of the grant money yet. There's a significant local match on these grants, and I don't know if the funds that have been used to date for design have been used from the federal funds or the local funds. I just don't know.
And so when the question was asked if we could use the grant money for an alignment that's already in place, actually for what the bikers are using, the answer was no, that we had to use a different alignment. We've gotten grant money on land we don't even own. It's RTD owned, isn't that correct?
Yes. It's in the process of being transferred, but yes.
But when we applied for the grant, it clearly was owned by RTD.
And that's not unusual. We often apply for grants on CDOT property, on non-city property of other kinds.
At that time, was it ever asked of Dr. Cog, when the grant was being applied, if there was a different alignment that it could be used for?
Not at the time of the application. The application was specific to the project that we've discussed before.
So they allowed it for the alignment on the north side of the tracks, and we never inquired about a different alignment.
We did more recently when you asked if we could move the alignment to where it is today. And
what reason was given that we couldn't use that money for the south side?
The grants have a scoring process. A scoring process that they go through, and those criteria apply to grant applications from all over the metropolitan region. So each project is scored individually, and if the conditions change, which could change the scoring, then essentially what we'd be saying is, couldn't any grant recipient come back later and change the plan and still keep their grant? And that's not something that the Denver Regional Council of Governments is interested in. And the current alignment on the south side would not have scored as well as the proposal.
I'm just speechless. I'm having trouble with this whole thing. We know that when this was put in the budget, it said D10 bike path, federal grant money. There was a map that was part of that budget, but did not actually show that the alignment was going to go north. I've still got the budget.
It's publicly available.
Pardon me?
It is publicly available.
Yeah. I'm having trouble with information, frankly, being put in a budget, and it's not really explained to council what the implications are, and that it was going to require eminent domain. It was known at that time, right, Jay?
Yes, and I hope we've adjusted to that well, because the last couple of budget years we've made a change, and on all capital improvement plan projects that eminent domain is a possibility, or even property acquisition, eminent domain or not, we've specifically identified that. Now, up through the point that you're describing, that had not been the historic practice, so we changed that practice, I think in part because of this project, so that it's more clear. And I hope that's served that purpose.
Eminent domain has traditionally been used nationally for projects of the greater community good, like things like I-70, where you've got a huge transportation project. this is good for bikers. And I'd like to say that on page 33, it says 0.7% uses of people use bikes daily as a mode of transportation. And when you're looking at the cost that Councillor Bita suggested, it's a great deal of money for a small amount of good. And I am just, for me, taking people's backyards, particularly when they've got 2 letters from the city, 2 letters from RTD that land was never going to be used for public use. It's immoral. And I'm appalled that we are going to continue going down this road. And it sounds like we've got ourselves locked into a situation where we've got to use this federal grant money by using eminent domain. I don't even have words for this.
That's the only thing I would add, is that we're not locked into using the federal grant money.
Well, then, I would like to make a motion that we pull Project 68 from the bike plan.
So if you remember, please wait to do any motions until the actual resolution is read into the record. So if you want to do that, that's great, but this is question time, so let's stick with questions related to this, okay?
I would just like to say, Mayor, that I sent you an email today saying that I was going to do that. The language you just read is your language, not mine.
Absolutely. I was saying that I offered that to you as well to coincide with the motion that was made by Councillor Bita. Councillor LeBeer.
I just want to ask a more sort of poignant question towards Councillor Bita's motion, which is, if you could repeat the language about the way you wanted to frame limit the expenditures on these projects. I just want to see what kind of impact that would have on, like, if we decide to put up a sign that says we're biking here. So, is that clear? I don't know if anybody understands what I just said. All right, let me repeat myself. All right, Councillor Bita, on your motion about not allowing expenditures on the bicycle plan, I'm just curious what impacts that has on what we spend in the general fund on the budget, or does that have an impact? That's my question.
Well, let me interject. So the motion that was made was any funds, and I asked him to reconsider and say funds over 50,000, because anything under 50,000 there's discretionary spending ability, and anything over is going to be in our budget.
Well, that's why I was concerned
yearly.
about that. Any fund sounded like $1.
Right. Thanks. And if that's still the motion that wants to be done, then that'll be up to the motion holder.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So on your suggestion there, 50,000, I'm not sure I understand, what does that mean? Is that 50,000 per project, or 50,000 per year for the entire bike plan? 50,000, give me some context to that.
Maybe I can give some examples. Maybe that'll help clarify, because it is a little confusing to me. If the city plans to overlay a portion of 10th Avenue, I think it's this year or next, from Sheridan West to Harlan or so. Today there are no shoulders. There are 2 lanes, and that's all that's paved. The plan normally, particularly if the bike plan were adopted, were to put paved shoulders in. The paved shoulders would also serve as a bicycle facility. It could be like a bike lane. It would also serve as a pedestrian facility that, although not a sidewalk, is better than the conditions that are out there right now for pedestrians. And it would actually provide a little bit of safety for motorists who may not pay much attention. So It is additional width. It does serve it would serve bicyclists. It would serve other transportation users as well. It would be paid for out of a budget that you would have approved, which would have been the resurfacing budget. So I don't know if that's one of the things that should be or is being considered or not. Another example, I'm not going to think of a geographic location, but one of the types of bicycle facilities is a shared roadway. And a shared roadway has, in some cases, just a sign every several hundred feet. I can't remember the number. I could look it up in the plan if that would be helpful. And that's all. Or it may have a sign every whatever the distance is, plus occasionally the marking on the surface, which illustrates the bicyclist. But the space that's used by the bicyclist is the exact same space that the motor vehicle uses. So there's not any additional, it's the same cost to provide as the motor vehicle space, except for the signs and where they're used, the markings on the pavement. So it's a pretty minor cost. Contrasted with something like a shared use path, whether it's the W-line path or a new path along Wadsworth, where it is much more expensive, particularly if acquisitions are necessary right away and utilities have to be moved and all those kinds of things. But the facility serves pedestrians, bicyclists, both. And frankly, if we get a federal grant to improve Wadsworth, that kind of a facility would be required because that's the nature of those grants. So if you think about Wadsworth from Highland Drive to 14th or Colfax, those grants would not have been available if we had told them we're not going to build the path along the side of the road. And the path is a shared use path. So it gets kind of messy because there's not, some of these things overlap so much, both in usage, different types of users, and also one funding source sometimes requires addressing multi-users. There are occasions where funding, well, no, there aren't. I was going to say there are occasions where funding is 100% for bikes, but I don't think that's true. I think the space is always used for some other reason. So I'm not sure I answered the question very well for either of you, but it gets kind of messy when we try to figure out how to answer that question, I think.
May I? I mean, I'm about keeping things simple. I'm totally in favor of that. What I'm trying to accomplish here is that I don't want to see money going into this being chosen arbitrarily to go into this plan when at the same time we've got a number of other competing public works projects that are just as worthy, maybe more worthy than additional bike paths, okay? Because we got a bunch of bike paths already. So I'm not opposed to seeing more of them. All I'm saying is I want them to be competing with the rest of our projects, which are many and expensive. And so I guess you tell me how to do it in such a way that that accomplishing what I'm trying to accomplish here. The question was that I should put in here the limitation of 50,000 so that I'm saying anything over 50,000 needs appropriation. But I'm not sure I want to do that, because if we're nickel and diming it all the time to expand this project, expand that project in order to accommodate the bikes, then we're still expending public funds that maybe should be used somewhere else. That's what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. There is a single line item in the capital improvement and preservation plan that is for sidewalks and bike facilities. So one option might be not to use those funds for a bicycle facility unless it's specifically approved by the council. That may be one way to get at it. All of the other instances I can think of, any change would be for multiple users, not just bicyclists, which is the more difficult one. Because if it's related to a grant, using the Wadsworth example, it might be something that you do want to do, even though it addresses something in the bike plan, but the grant requires that those facilities be provided. With the the limitation that you included on eminent domain, that's crystal clear, and that's very easily respected in the moving forward.
Yeah, I guess I don't see where it's a problem, because if you have a situation where you need to have shared use, there's going to be a certain spillover with bike use, shared use, and other kinds of considerations. You can always bring it to us and say, here's what we want to do, and this is how much we think it's going to cost, the bike part is going to cost. Simple. Yes or no. And I think the body's reasonable. I'm certainly willing to be reasonable, but I just don't want to write a $144 million blank check to go forward on this when we have so many other things that are crying for funding as well.
And I appreciate that, because I'm aware of those other items
Sure
also.
you are, better than I am.
And there's not a blank check, because of all of these projects end up showing up in the budget, and I think we've improved the budget process so it's more clear when acquisitions are necessary. We added those kinds of notes in this document, and even in the in this capital improvement plan line item for sidewalks and bicycle facilities, we list the next group that are proposed, so that they can be before we progress with those.
I mean, to me, the answer is real simple. Just come to us and say, hey, we need $50,000 over here, or $100,000 to include a bicycle portion of this project. Okay.
We can do that.
But however, what I'm hearing though is when you do our capital outlay for our paving, we're paving not hundreds, but we're paying a lot of miles of road. That might be some bicycle facilities that are going to get paid, and you're going to break that down every spring and come back and say, on South Cole Court, we're going to do about 1,000 feet of bicycle lane. Does council approve that?
Already that says how much it costs, so I don't know why it's that big of a deal. The study, the plan talks about the cost per foot, linear foot.
Sure, but we're looking for efficiency, and that's what you said you're about. And if you want staff to come back and say, we would like to pave 100 feet of this bike lane, yes or no, that's not very efficient. Councilor Franks?
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I wanted to weigh in on a couple things here. Mayor Paul, you'd mentioned earlier if it gives when we talk about plans and the word accept versus approve and that, I think it just helps. It certainly helps to kind of the community if we just kind of reiterate that budget over 50,000 comes to us. I think it just helps. I know it might be a little extra weight in the documents, but we're rebuilding a lot of trust here. So I do like the plan should be accepted, budget number should be in there, and I think we just be clear on eminent domain. I think we all take that seriously, but there are cases in which it provides a mechanism that is a tool that is needed. It's not that you don't take it seriously, but it is sometimes a tool that's needed. I wanted to speak to this other piece, though. I'm a project manager, and efficiency is important. I don't want to get in the weeds on public works down to when they're looking to resurface a road, there's been some type of event. It's important for me to give staff enough latitude where they know the priorities, they kind of know where we're going to want to be at, and then they can look at the upcoming maintenance cycles and naturally use our money wisely to marry those things together. So I actually have a high expectation that every time we have a budget and we're looking to say, well, what does this plan say? What does this plan? Do we have a sustainability opportunity? Do we have a bike plan opportunity? What do we have while we're in that area doing stuff to maximize those funds? So I would respectfully ask, I do think that we've got to get to the point where we trust certain decision thresholds in a certain way, but everything that's beyond that has to come back to us. So I don't want everything to turn into where everything becomes debatable. I think that makes it hard to run a city, and I know that's counterintuitive. I've been up here saying, we want a lot of oversight, but there's also a point at which I start to see that it's too much oversight. And in this case, that discretionary 50,000 seems reasonable to me for anything under that. So I just wanted to throw that out there as another perspective.
Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem Roy Ball.
Thank you, Mayor. Michael, Councilor Beda and Councilor Frank brought up a lot of good questions and good ideas, but I'd like to kind of lean more toward after the property is built, after the bike path is built. I want to talk a little bit about the maintenance on it. What is the cost? And last time we had a study session, we were talking about what was the cost or the implied cost or possible costs to maintain that master bike plan.
Thank you, Counselor, and that's contained in the master plan document on pages 46 and 47. It's not a single dollar amount just for the whole system.
Yeah.
Because again, it's complicated because if it's a multi-use path, how much do you allocate to bikes? How much do you allocate to pedestrians or other uses? So there are costs in there based on per linear foot or per sign, those kinds of costs that then would be applied logically over a system.
So what would be an average annual budget for that, for us to maintain like snow plowing, sweeping of the bike paths, striping them, maintaining them? What would be the average cost for the year for the city, and where would that be in the budget?
It's in the maintenance budget, the Public Works maintenance budget. On page 47 in the plan, under shared use paths, it indicates that sweeping is about $15 a mile, snow removal is about $60 a mile, and of course those are done as needed, so it varies from year to year.
Right. So my answer is, what would be an average cost on a yearly basis if you can? I know that this is the first time that we're doing this and we're bringing it together, but what would be your initial outlay or your proposed annual budget? How could we come up with an annual budget on that?
Attributable to the bikes?
Yes.
I'd have to understand how you want to proportion the cost between pedestrians and bicyclists on a shared use path, and I don't know how to do that. We could split it 50-50.
You're the expert. I'm not sure. I'm just asking the question, is that what would the city pay on an annual basis to maintain all those paths?
We've provided cost per mile because the number changes, and because it's we don't allocate it between user. We allocate it because there's a path.
I'm trying to get to the magic number. Is it 25,000? Is it 50,000? Is it?
I don't know the number.
100. So we're kind of guessing right now.
Well, it depends on how much of it is built out. So this is a long-term plan, and as Jay said, on page 47 it says $15 per mile. So all we'd have to do is determine how many miles are already built and then multiply that by 15.
And so
that's your average maintenance annually.
Okay, that would be annually.
That would be annual.
So let's say 15, let's say 100 miles. So times $15. So 150,000, maybe 100,000.
What did you say? 100?
Well, let's say 100 miles at $15 a mile.
Yep, 1,530.
Yeah,
that can't be right.
Well, pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then that would be under the maintenance, traditional maintenance budget.
That's right.
To maintain that. Plus, also on top of that would be including all the signs, the striping, the changes to wherever we need to do. The snow plowing on the north sides of buildings or wherever to make sure those are maintained. And that, again, let me reiterate, does that also comply with the ADA requirements?
Yes, all of the projects that we build will have to comply with ADA.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. So first of all, I am so excited that we are talking about the Bike Master Plan. Thank you to everyone who came. I think it's really unfortunate that it got pulled, and we had so many people that were here to speak about this, and we had at least a handful of students who were here, and they stuck it out for a couple hours, but at a certain point it's now 11 p.m. and they're long gone. And so I just think that that is unfortunate that they didn't get a chance to weigh in tonight. So well said to Councilor Franks. I agree, and I think that I'm more than comfortable with adding in that language to reiterate that anything above $50,000 is going to come back to us, and that eminent domain would have to come back to us. Those are really important issues. So I'm fine with including that. But I think that if we're going to get down to the point where every time you restripe, add a stripe of green paint down the road when you're resurfacing, that is just going to be an incredibly inefficient way to operate our government when we are already hitting 11 p.m. at night without even doing something like that. So I'm supportive of reiterating those things. And then I just want to speak to, actually, I do have one other question. If we were to remove the D10 plan from the bike plan, or I'm sorry, remove that project from being listed in the bike plan, what impact does that have on the project? Because we've already adopted that project.
I can only tell you that the mayor, or when Councilor Johnson sent her email earlier today suggesting that segment might be pulled, we talked internally a little bit about what that would mean, and based on what we knew at that time, it was hard to say what impact it would have. There's a resolution that approved that segment. Does that have to be dealt with if you're taking it out of the plan? Does taking it out of the plan have any impact on the resolution? Jay, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but it was going to require some further research to figure out what the impact would be.
Okay. So I would just like to weigh in on that we already had a big public discussion about this, and we already adopted it, and knowing that it doesn't mean that it's going to go all the way through, because we would still have to take an eminent domain vote, which may very well not happen. But in the meantime, I'd like to think that we might be able to reach an agreement. And this is a major amenity for not just Lakewood residents. It's an amenity for Golden, for Lakewood, for Denver, for anyone who wants to ride a bike. And and you're talking about for the public good. I think that creating bike lanes is a great example of a way to. It's a project that is for the public good, because bikes, I know that there are some people up here who just want to roll their eyes and shake their heads whenever I talk about bikes. And to be honest with you, I actually don't ride a bike very often. But here's the thing, because I have 2 little kids and I'm riding the bike, around the neighborhood. So I guess what I mean is I'm not riding the bike as a commuter. I'm riding a bike with my children. So it's in a different way. But becoming a more bikeable city it's about where our city is going. It's about our future. It's a more affordable method. It's more environmentally friendly. It's healthier, and it's just the way things are going, and something that is important to stand up for. So I think it is a matter of the public good. And I will, of course, be supporting this plan, and I'd like to do so in its entirety. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Franks, will you please make the motion to set us in motion?
All right. I move for the adoption of Agenda Item 10, Resolution 2018-23.
Is there a second?
I second.
Motion and a second. All right, Councilor Bida, would you like to make your amendment?
Yes, I would move that the resolution be amended to include an additional paragraph which would state as follows. Whereas the adoption of this resolution, number 1, is aspirational in nature only, and number 2, does not authorize the expenditure of any public funds towards this plan without the authorization of council, and 3, does not authorize the acquisition of any property by eminent domain or otherwise.
I second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Counselor Franks?
And I would like to offer a friendly amendment to include the language that says an expenditure of under $50,000 would not need to come to council. That could be a discretionary expense.
Accepted.
Okay. So the new motion would read with that caveat that any expense over 50,000 would come to council for approval.
Correct.
Councilor Beat, is that correct? All right.
Yes.
Mr. Cox, you're looking at me like there's heartburn.
Right, but no, there's heartburn, but for all of us, not because of this. As we discussed earlier today, I'm not even sure what I just said. You get more bang for the buck if that provision is intended to be substantive and binding by putting it into the body of the resolution.
It goes under section.
Yeah, so if there's a section 1 that says the resolution hereby adopts the plan. And
so we'd move that to section 2, so it wouldn't be a whereas, it would go, section 1 is the Lakewood Bicycle System Master Plan as presented, section 2 would be your language, and then section 2 would then move to 3, which is this resolution shall become effective immediately.
The recitals are more like background information, whereas this is something you want to be solid on. So in lieu of a whereas clause, I would suggest that be placed as item 2 in the body of the resolution.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second on that, and is there any discussion? Councilor Johnson, do you want to speak to that motion?
I actually wanted to have another friendly amendment, that part of the resolution have language that the D10 bike path or item 68 be removed from the master bike plan.
I'm fine with that as well.
So would that be a more substantive motion to just have it removed rather than in the whereas clause? Because it would be removed. So you would just delete it from the body of the
right. I'm just thinking
plan rather than just saying it's removed, but it's removed.
Right. I'm thinking in terms of sequence and location.
I know. So there's a question by one of the motion makers that be decoupled from the friendly amendment. Yeah.
I was thinking that becomes a different vote. Then you could you could vote on the original motion as amended by Councilor Frank's motion to make that language a section of the resolution. And then before you vote on the ultimate resolution, you could entertain another motion by Councilor Johnson as to that exclusion or removal from the plan. The idea being that when you get around to voting on the plan, on the resolution, is that in it or is it not in it? Is the proposed language in there or not in there?
Seems cleaner.
Does that make sense, Councilor? Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on the friendly amended motion from Councilor Bita that would go under section 2 with the language highlighting the aspirations, the 50,000 above, and the eminent domain. Any more discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. 50,000, yep. That passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Councilor Johnson, you want to make a motion now?
The only reason that I would want to include a motion to remove item 68 is because I am not 100% convinced that it would not go forward, and it is not a settled question. I'd like some assurances that Councillor Bieda's amendment that says eminent domain will not be used. Is that, please read it again, and then I just might withdraw this.
Well, what I said, number 3, it says the adoption of this resolution, then 1 and 2, and then 3, does not authorize the acquisition of any property by eminent domain or otherwise.
Okay, I withdraw.
Okay. Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem Roybal, you have a motion.
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to create a fee system to help pay for the maintenance of the master bike system.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, so the motion is to create a fee system to be paid by
The people that are using the bike path system.
so pedestrians and bicyclists.
The bicyclists.
Okay, by bicyclists to help pay for maintenance costs. Okay, motion and second. Councilor Franks.
I need to get some clarification on this. As both a motorist who owns 4 cars and pays quite a bit of fees on that, and a pedestrian, a hiker, and a biker, I'm trying to understand my contribution to all of this. So help me understand why I'm being singled out a second time. I'm already paying in for 4 vehicles.
Well, very simple. When you purchase a vehicle, you pay the licensing fee. You pay at the gas pump a fee to help maintain those roads. And what I'm asking is for the bicyclist to help pay, defray the cost of, helping the city pay for the bicycle pathways, like sweeping, plowing, maintenance of the signs. We need a little bit of help on paying the
Let me
fair
ask one more
share.
clarifying question then. So then do I get credit for riding the bike and I get discounts on all of the other? I guess I'm trying to understand, if you're trying to make this truly equitable, I'm trying to understand then, if I say now I'm going to 50% of the time ride my bike, then do I get a 50% reduction on because I'm no longer wearing and tearing on the roads in the same way. So I guess that's where it seems like it's coming at a time when I don't have time to really process all of this. Seems like it's kind of just being, I don't know, help me understand a little bit more.
I'm asking that we want to defray the cost of, the signage to help with paying the maintenance of the property, the maintenance of up and down the bicycle lanes. So that's what I'm asking for, is a little bit of fees to help defray the cost of maintenance.
Councilor Harrison.
I'm not sure I get the point of your motion, Pete. I'm thinking that our people coming on and off the bicycle paths, I'm not sure there's any equitable way that we can charge them. And when they buy a bike, they're paying sales tax, and sales tax is what's going into our coffers, so they're effectively paying for the bicycle paths anyway. I don't see how we can come back and double dip.
Councilor Skillen.
I think that maybe we could have that conversation, whether it's licensing fees or any type of fees, but I think it should be coupled with our municipal funding discussion that we have coming up. So if we just want to explore that, I mean, we've brought it up now at 11:25. We're probably not going to get anywhere on fees, and what I don't want to do is motion down something that might be a great idea as a way to defray some of the costs. So what if we just built it in, or we could put it as part of our parkland discussion or something like that? We could just move it and give you a date that kind of goes back to this. And then we could explore some more ideas in the meantime. Maybe they've got some fantastic fee ideas.
Okay.
That's all I would recommend, because we do have municipal funding coming up. We have a lot of different projects. And to Councilor Bieda's point, if this is $145 million over time, maybe it wouldn't hurt to at least look at some ways to defray some of those fees and costs, and maybe we can get creative. But we're probably not going to get creative tonight.
Okay, I agree. I will withdraw my motion.
Okay.
But we should not let it disappear, so maybe we should
That's correct.
add it to somebody's menu on municipal funding, so it doesn't disappear.
I agree.
So, but before we add that to a menu, though, to give staff direction to start looking into a fee for bicycle usage, I think there needs to be a clear consensus from this body that that's the route they want to go, because that's a whole nother category of work to put together. So I'd like to seek a consensus that that's what the council wants to do. Yeah, so I'm not getting a consensus right now. Potentially, maybe that's a request for the ACIC or something along those lines as well.
Can we send it to the ACIC then? And then have them come up with a plan or a system?
Okay. So we're a little bit out of order on that, but we'll take the chair's prerogative with the nods that I'm getting and say yes, that we can work on a proposal that you can submit to the ACIC. How's that?
I do agree, and I will pull my motion.
Great. Okay. So with that pulled, okay, thank you both, ladies. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second to accept this document as amended. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Congratulations. Congratulations to Councilor Skilling, who said that might happen. All right. So we are, Ms. Hodson, do you have a report?
I think there was some.
Oh, whoa. Sorry, I'm getting eager to get to the good news breakfast at 6:59
Yeah, I
a.m.
know, me too.
Thank you, Counselor Vincent, please, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. So a little while ago, multiple members asked me personally, and then there's even been some things that have been said here at council, that we should look at perhaps a rate of pay for the mayor and for the city council. And constituents have asked for that, and they all seem to have their opinion about what we should get paid, but we don't know what we don't know. Huh? Yeah, that's right. But we don't know what we don't know. So what I propose is that we send to the ACIC a request that they look perhaps at like cities, that they come back with some recommendations. I certainly hope that this doesn't open the door that we get a reduction in pay, but we have to suck it up, you know.
Demerits.
Demerits.
I'm certainly supportive, Councilor Abel than Franks.
You know, the way it works out, it's about 75 cents an hour, and I think every one of us is worth about that. I would not like, it's a privilege to get to serve. I would serve for free, and I don't see any reason that we need to get a pay raise, especially as dysfunctional as we are carrying things to 11:30 at night. Maybe we should be docked for every hour we go past 10 o'clock, but I do not, I don't want to entertain this at all. Thank you.
Councilor Franks?
I guess the one thing I wanted to clarify is that no matter, even if it came to a vote, we would not be enriched by, I want to make sure very clear. One, we would not be enriched unless you chose to vote some of us back in for another term. That's one. I don't mind exploring it. I do think that many of us, for me, it's a second additional job, so it's not like my source of income. But I do think that the salary does preclude some people from even having the opportunity, because and so I'm not opposed to exploring it, but I'm certainly not exploring it for myself. And just wanted to make sure it was clear to folks that we would not be enriching this panel. It would have to be people who were reelected into that new structure, whatever that structure was.
And thank you for clarifying that. I had that in my proposal and I forgot to mention it. So thank you.
Councillor Roybal.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to let everybody know for the record, I'm termed out, so I can go ahead and express my opinion about this salary. But I will tell you, again, in my humble opinion, if you want quality people to come in, I think you're going to need to raise the salary. And I think it is, we do, you know, Councilor Abel talks about 75 cents an hour. I think I calculated about 52 cents an hour. So I'm just saying, I think it would be nice to explore the possibilities of possible pay increase for city council and the mayor. And mind you, I can express my opinion because I'm termed out. So I'm just kind of leaving it to the next council. Thank you.
So there's Harrison, then Gutwein.
I would support this being looked at, and not so much for us as counselors, but definitely for the mayor position. I know the hours that are put in by our mayors, past mayor and our current mayor, and it's a full-time job. It truly is a full-time job, even though it's paid at a higher rate than what we get as counselors. It needs to be looked at as a full-time position and paid that way. So, Mayor Paul, we appreciate all the work that you do on behalf of all of us, and I think we need to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words. Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of what's been said already, and I just want to add that in terms of getting a diverse council, I think this would really help a lot. At 75 cents, 52 cents an hour, child care costs at least, in the neighborhood of $15 an hour. So, it costs me money to be here, which I'm honored to do. But I think, and I'm very fortunate that I'm able to do that. But I think that it is important to have, all different kinds of people up here and able to represent our diverse community. Thank you.
Your kids are always welcome in chambers.
To be honest, it's not always kid-friendly in here.
Or sometimes it's very kid-friendly. So I think there's a willingness to have the ACIC look at that. And I think to everybody's point, I think everybody, and I certainly know everybody would do this for free. It's something that you do for your community, but there's also a way to look at it. And I think to this day, it's one of the only things Amara and I have agreed on. And but that's good, So she speaks it with great passion, very eloquently. So, all right, thank you, Ms. Hodson.
Thank you. Very briefly, Parks is offering free mulch on 3 upcoming Saturdays. I just wanted to mention that May 5th, May 12th, and May 19th at the City Greenhouse. Free mulch. May 5th, May 12th, and May 19th at the greenhouse from 7 a.m. to 12 noon. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm discombobulated, almost got hit in the head by Councilor Skilling. So I'm going to go back to him before reports because he had something under general business.
I just wanted to bring to general business that we had confirmed with our city attorney that we were sending notice to the town of Morrison tomorrow regarding the IGA and a dispute and interpretation that we have with the town. So I was just confirming that we'll get that sent out tomorrow.
Yeah, that's correct. In accordance with the terms of the IGA, there's a process by which we can provide written notice, and then negotiations can go on from there. And that's what we're going to start tomorrow.
Right. If anyone's curious on what those are, those procedures are written out in the IGA in Article 6 of the IGA. You can go and look at what those procedures are. But I wanted to bring that up in general business for those who were tracking this.
Right, and Counselor, just as we discussed, all we're doing is the first step. We're initiating that process with the letter, and we'd come back to council for further direction as the process moves forward.
Right. First step in the process being that we provide the written notice that there is a dispute, and then the IGA will spell out what happens next.
That's correct.
Thank you for the confirmation.
Mm-hmm.
Great. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Roybal reports.
Just real quick, we're going to have our Ward 3 meeting Saturday at Phillips United Methodist Church from 9 till, I usually say 10, but sometimes they get a little robust and they go till about 11. So everyone's welcome. Thank you.
Councilor LeBaire.
All right, I'm back. So just Amara left, but I was going to just mention that she's right. I did have some tough language on Facebook. That's where I feel confident to make my tough stands. Just kidding. And I'm proud of that. I just want to say I didn't besmirch anyone's character. I was talking about policy that we're considering. What I said on there I believe to be true based on the facts as I understand them. And I don't think that's any different than anybody here that has an opinion on things. So you're welcome to review it and let me know your thoughts. And I'll be happy to share with you mine. And I also just want to mention I'm going to be at O'Kane Park Neighborhood Association tomorrow, 7 to 8 p.m., 25 South Newland Street. Councilor Vincent's going to be there. And I'm looking forward to this meeting. So, Mr. Mayor, the mayor's going to be there. So we're going to have a party in Ward 2. You're all invited. And if you have some tough questions for me, anybody in my community or anybody outside of my ward who wants to talk to me about affordable housing and why I think some of the things that I believe here, I'll be happy to give you some sources and some perspectives. So, thanks.
Councilor Abel.
The only report I have is it's about to be Tuesday morning.
We like it. Councilor Harrison.
Because we'll be off next week, I wanted to make sure everybody knows we'll have Ward 5 meeting, 9 o'clock, Saturday morning, May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. And we'll have a lively discussion. Watch your next door neighbor and whatever other, I can't remember the name of the notice that we send out. The
Friday report?
Yeah. Thank you. You'll get notice, and it's really late. Let's go home.
Councilor Skilling.
No report.
Councilor Gutwein.
Speaking of it being really late, I just wanted to clarify earlier when I said that I don't ride my bike very often, that what I meant is, I'm thinking of a lot of the people who are out here tonight and who have worked on the bike plan, like Gary and his wife, who ride their bike everywhere they go. The kids and I ride our bikes regularly, as often as we can, as does my husband. So just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. A few weeks ago, a statement was made from the dais actually questioning my honesty and truthfulness regarding the Union Corridor. Normally, I wouldn't respond because I think we've got enough issues between us as it is, but this time I am going to respond. And I'd like to read the statement in the Union Corridor that I was citing. It's on page 21. It says, the update to the zoning code completed in 2012 indicates that at the time the city planned the change the character of the area into a higher density mixed-use form. And it goes on to say, since the 2012 update, a significant amount of development has occurred and an increase in bike and pedestrian traffic has been realized. As a result, some of the city have expressed concerns that the current direction may be unsustainable in the future. My comment was actually truthful and correct, and I just want that to be on record. Thank you.
Councilor Vincent.
Just as we go forward on this bicycle path issue too, we'll have to make sure we're real clear on what happens with the Zephyr connection point too, because that's very, very important going forward. And then I have no report.
Councilor Beta?
No report.
Franks?
No report, but more of a personal comment. Just wanted to thank the city for allowing beekeeping. I made it through my first little more than a week, and I'm still have never been stung. And my bees are absolutely lovely, and the neighborhood's really abuzz about them because we have plum trees and apple trees that are hoping to get very well pollinated. So I just am over the moon about being able to be a beekeeper. So,
For the record, they're Russian bees, just in case Robert Mueller let that information out. She's harboring Russian bees. I have a few things, I'm sorry, but a lot has happened. Earth Day was great. It rained, it snowed. But what an incredible turnout once again. All kinds of great people out there enjoying a lot of great events. Comcast Gives Day, they had over 100 people out at Easter Seals and at the Action Center. I want to give a special shout out to KIT, Community Resources, and Ms. Kathy Hodson. They'll be getting a very cool award from Dr. Cog this week for Carmody Park and the accessible playground. So great recognition for the city of Lakewood. This week also, we have the great opportunity to induct into the Jeffco Hall of Fame a Lakewood resident, Miss Fran Baker, the Gold Crown folks, and all that she's done for the group up here that's going to be running a marathon pretty soon. Just FYI, May is around the corner. Councilor Johnson nominated her husband to maybe join our team since he's feeling so good. And, you know, there's something to be said for a quality of life, and a lot of folks seek that in Colorado. And I didn't quite realize what bike paths and mobility meant until my friend moved to Knoxville, Tennessee. And he said the number one thing, he went from Fort Collins to Knoxville, the number one thing that he missed was a sidewalk and a bike path. And it just really never dawned on me because we've been very fortunate. And so while they may fall second or third tier to some of our other issues, they are still important to people's quality of life. And if you can get cars off the road via bicyclists and have those opportunities, especially as we see more and more e-cycles and assisted types of multimodal, I think it's a good thing. And I want for us to always keep that in mind. And I also want to just mention to Councilor Skilling, who's really been working hard on the fee in lieu. And I know tonight was a little bit disappointing. I think we have a lot that we can do, and we are going to get it done. And one thing I learned it actually through the policies and procedures. And when we really sat down and started to dig it out, we have a great product, and I'm sure that we're going to get there. But we really need everybody's help and commitment. And whether that's the opportunity for council members to meet one-on-one, let's make this happen and get it done, because it is of great importance. And I think it is something that he had said earlier that we can all come together on. So with that,
Here.
huh? Here. Okay.
I'm agreeing.
Thank you. You're playing mayor tonight since reading that proclamation. I like it.
I'm getting good.
All right. So with that, here, let's close at 11:45. And it's not Tuesday morning, so go enjoy your Monday night.